I'd like to call this town council meeting of Tuesday, July 15th, 2025 to order. If you will stand and join in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you will continue standing as we have Reverend Jacob A. Rogers, priest in charge of St. Luke's Anglican Church.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, you sent your Son among us to proclaim the kingdom of God in cities, towns, villages, and lonely places. Behold and visit, we pray, the community of Hilton Head. Renew the bonds of charity that uphold our civic life. Send us honest and able leaders. Deliver us from poverty, prejudice, and oppression, that peace may prevail with righteousness and justice with mercy. And at the last, bring us to your holy city, the New Jerusalem, where we shall know perfect unity and peace. And direct in our time, we pray, those who speak, where many listen, and write what many read, that we may speak your truth to make the heart of this people wise, its mind discerning, and its will righteous, to the honor of Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Thank you. Mr. Orlando, do we have any changes to today's agenda?
No, sir.
Can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Mayor, I have a couple of issues with some of the minutes.
We're not there yet. The agenda.
Sorry.
Mr. Alfred motions and Ms. Becker, you second. Is that correct? All those in favor of adopting the agenda, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 7-0. Next, we will have we have 5 sets of minutes for approval. Budget workshop minutes from May 13th, regular meeting minutes from May 20th, June 3rd, and June 17th, and also the strategic planning workshop meeting minutes of June 24th.
Now, Mayor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. So with regard to the minutes of June 3, my last name is misspelled on page 3, if the clerk would correct that. But most importantly, the minutes of June 17, 2025, there's some substantive issues. Out to the clerk, we're working on those. So I'd ask that the minutes of June 17 be removed from today.
Does your motion include approval of the additional
So moved.
minutes with the correction to the June 3rd?
And without adoption of June 17, 2025.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion, Mr. Alfred? Any discussion?
Yes, sir. I would like a copy of those changes. I would like a copy of the changes. Yes, ma'am. I would like a copy of the changes that are being proposed by Ms. Bryson.
Okay. And if you'll, Ms. Gammon, if you'll send that to everybody, that'll be appreciated.
Of course.
Okay. All right. So we've got a first by Ms. Bryson, a second by Mr. Alfred. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 7-0. Next up, we have the report of the town manager, Mr. Orlando.
Yes, sir. I think this is working good. I have a few things today, so just bear with me if you don't mind. So first and foremost, good afternoon, Mayor and Council members of the public. A few items to report this afternoon under the town manager's report. The S&P, Standard & Poor's Global Ratings, upgraded the town of Hilton Head Island's general obligation bonds, as y'all know, from AA+ to AAA, which is the highest possible rating. Standard & Poor's defines AAA rated entities as having an extremely strong capacity to meet financial commitments. And a little background on all of this, S&P's recognition recognizes the town's enhanced financial management practices, long-term planning, and a strong reserve and liquidity position. So why does it matter? Lower borrowing costs, top-tiered credit rating, elite status. So together with Greenville, South Carolina, Hilton Head Island is only two, South Carolina, one of only two, I think that's what I'm trying to say, one of only two South Carolina municipalities rated AAA by Standard & Poor's, Fitch, and Moody's. And when we heard back from Standard & Poor's on the AAA upgrade, they said that our recent reserves and liquidity investments and improvements were well received. The fund balances are well above any peer averages. Surplus revenues added to reserves beyond any of our general fund. And then lastly, management, the conservative budgeting, the forward-looking financial planning, and our well-defined fiscal policies are hallmarks of strong governance. So I will say, Mayor and Council, you know, after several budgets with you, I just want to commend all of you and let you know that myself and this finance team and this staff appreciate your strong position and your guidance as we prepared this year's budget. And I will say this tells the tale that it made a difference. So
I think the real commendation should go to the town manager and the finance department for an outstanding job in this arena. It's really very unusual to have this happen.
I'd agree with that.
thank you, sir, on behalf of the entire team. Thank you, Mayor and Council, community. Next, our Community Code Officer, Morgan Thompson, attended and graduated Leadership Hilton Head Island Bluffton in June of 2025, and this is the 40th year of the program. So congrats and great job, and thank you for diving into the community. With Bob Romage's great leadership, we aren't known as the Code Enforcement Department, it's the Community Code Enforcement Department, and I think this speaks volumes of that. Fire Rescue, moving on, Fire Rescue, our Hilton Head Island Fire Rescue Team Department has been awarded the American Heart Association Mission Lifeline EMS Gold Achievement Award for 2025. That's a great recognition. It reflects our commitment to delivering high quality, evidence-based emergency medical care for heart attack and stroke patients. So congratulations to the fire rescue team and Chief Blankenship, Jahida Fisher, everybody involved. Great job. A couple more. Beach renourishment. The town received, and we know that we talked about beach renourishment over the last little while, but we finally received the permit for the Pine Island breakwaters, and that's a major milestone for us to overcome. Construction plans are now being finalized, and the bid will be released for the construction part of the Pine Island breakwaters in early August. The temporary access road at Islanders is in place. That's going to provide a loop road between Islanders Beach Park and this temporary road that you'll see off Folly Field Road. Marinix Construction, our contractor on the job, has started to mobilize both offshore and at Fish Hall Beach Park to start construction. Weather pending, work will begin August 6th. And then given the access and work zone, we are going to close Fish Hall Beach Park for several days. I sent you all an email. I believe a press release went out to notice the community, but from a safety standpoint, and just like last time, 7 years ago, we've closed this segment for a small amount of time. Following the completion of Fish Hall, work will occur Pine Island in mid-August to mid-September, Port Royal, Central Island, South Beach, and then the schedule for the breakwaters. Anticipate everything complete no later than that May 8th day that we've been working on. I tell you this slowly and kind of systematically because it's a big step. It's the first time in the last 7 years that we built this type of renourishment project. A full schedule, map, and all project details can be found on the town website. So that's directly linking to on the main website, there's a link to the beach renourishment webpage. Once construction gets started, we'll update weekly. We'll update you weekly, but we'll also keep the website updated to let you know where the construction activity is or isn't. We know this is important for our residents, our visitors, for you to all have all that real-time information. And then with a successful Pine Island breakwater bid, assuming we get a good bid in and we get a bid in, we believe we will based upon our prior work, we anticipate that pricing identified mid-September that will allow me to bring to you the beach renourishment, the beach preservation bond, the strategy to borrow some funds for the project. September to Finance and Administration Committee, and October and November of Town Council to borrow those funds through ordinance if you're still considering that. So, long-winded, but that's the project. We're done our work on William Hilton Parkway between Dillon Road and Beach City Road. It's a long time coming. We put new landscaping, pathway resurfacing, bike kiosks, pedestrian safety striping, new flashing beacons. And really what we did right out of the gate before we even started is we worked with, and I'd say worked strongly with, carefully with, Department of Transportation to reduce the speed limit in that area from 45 to 40 miles per hour. The intent was to create a safer pedestrian crossing, a safer, more pedestrian-oriented streetscape. We've done our best with the budget we have and with the DOT rules that are in place. So, and last but not least, if you want to see the capital improvement project dashboard, it's live and on our website. So,
Awesome.
thank you.
Lots of great things. Next up, we have the Parks and Recreation Month proclamation. Accepting, we have John Parsons from the town's Park and Recreation Board, and Frank Soul, Leah Arnold, and Board President Kristen Keller from the Island Rec Center. If y'all join me up front. Oh, let me take my glasses so I can read. That's awesome. That's what it's about. That's what it's all about. Come on, Derek and your team, because, you know, without y'all, it wouldn't look as great as it does. All right, this is awesome. Town of Hilton Head Island Parks and Recreation Month proclamation. Whereas Parks and Recreation is an integral part of our communities throughout this country, including the town of Hilton Head Island. And whereas Parks and Recreation promotes health and wellness, improving physical and mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illnesses such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. And whereas Parks and Recreation encourages physical activities by providing space for sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and other activities that promote a healthy lifestyle. And whereas Parks and Recreation programming and education activities such as out of school time, programming youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development. And whereas Parks and Recreation increases a community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and it's fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community. And whereas the U.S. House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and that the town of Hilton Head Island recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation. Now, therefore, I, Alan R. Perry, Mayor of the town of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, do hereby proclaim July as Parks and Recreation Month in the town of Hilton Head Island. Mr. Parsons? All right.
Need a team photo somehow.
Yeah. Who's taking the picture? Oh, you gotta be in the picture.
There we go.
There you go, Leah.
All right.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right, thank y'all.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have the Gullah Geechee Land and Cultural Preservation Trust Task Force Annual Report being presented by LaVon Stevens, Board Chair. There you are. I was looking for you. Mr. Stevens.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor. Is this microphone on?
Could be.
Just wanted to make sure. Again, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of Town Council, and of course our town manager, and members of the public in our community. For the record, Levine Stevens, the Chair of the Gullah Geechee Land and Cultural Preservation Task Force. It is good to come before you to give you a report on what we've been doing with our task force. And I have to say that I'm excited to be here. I've been involved with the Planning Commission over the years, certainly been in the community for a long time, and this is important work. So I want to commend this council, even if you just arrived here recently, but the work has been in place for a while, and for your continued support for what we are doing with preserving this great culture. I'm also humbled at the same time because I stand on the shoulders of those who've come before me and some of my elders and some who are present in the audience today. And I don't want to start naming names because I'm sure I will miss some. And I don't know everybody who's come before me, but I do know, again, that the work is a common thing that we have in place. And again, this town and this community is to be commended for celebrating and embracing this great culture. What the work that we're doing with our task force here in Hilton Head is recognized and celebrated up and down the Gullah Geechee corridor. We are models for addressing some of the challenges in cultural preservation. We're examples of preserving land and facing some of the challenges that we have before us. Don't want to take up too much of your time, but I also need to recognize the staff and for their support and the work that they do to keep us on point, and certainly, again, for the progress that we've made. In the calendar year of 2024, January 1st through December 31st, the Gullah Geechee Land and Cultural Preservation Task Force has held 6 meetings. This is just a summary, and you do have this in your packet, so I'm not going to bore you with every single word. But I would like to summarize and hit on some of the key points, and for those of us in our public as well. There are 3 main areas that we focus on: cultural preservation through education, storytelling, historic site interpretation, cultural events, youth engagement, and creative heritage tourism efforts. You will hear me say over and over again just how excited I am about this work. And when I hear from residents and visitors alike about discovering this culture and learning something new, even those of us who've been here a long time, every time we attend an event or have some other program, we learn something new. So we're very proud of that. People come here for golf and tennis and the beach, and they discover that we have a jewel right here in the heart of the Gullah Geechee corridor. Public policy is something that we work on. Systemic changes to updates of zoning and land use and how we use our land. We are unique in our Gullah culture. So again, there's been some flexibility there through some hard work, again, through our town council and members of our community. Heirs property is something that we've had some great success with over the last 4 or 5 years. Through our efforts, we've been able to minimize the loss of land through heirs property and education and the programs that we have to, again, minimize that loss of land. We know that if the land is not here, the people are not here, and that is how we lose the culture. So again, we're very proud of that work. There have been, through our Walker Collaborative Report we established through the task force, we've identified 37 recommendations. A majority of those recommendations have been activated. We are careful again with our words to say they've been activated. We know the work will always continue as the generations continue to come before us and present different challenges in our community. Notable achievements include launching the Gullah History and Cultural Awareness Program, implementing and expediting permitting and flexible land use provisions, and advancing heirs property support efforts. Just a little bit of the background I want to share with you. This report focuses on celebrating the rich heritage of the Gullah Geechee community on Hilton Head through strategies addressing cultural preservation, public policy, and heirs property challenges. the town council's 23-25 strategic action plan, we established some of those priorities, and we're aligning with that. And while remaining in progress to be implemented through efforts such as district planning, the LMO rewrite, and collaboration with the Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Corporation, another jewel that we're proud of that we've created to help with this preservation effort. The 16 priority recommendations, out of those 16, 13 have been activated. There are a total of 37, and 23 of those have been activated. The remaining recommendations will transition over to the Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods CDC for future implementation. The task force is committed to remaining relevant as stakeholders, and we hear the voice of the community. We bring that to our planning commission, and also those transition of those other recommendations to our CDC. We have been successful with some of the flexible land use provisions, successful with expediting and permitting home placements and developments for Gullah businesses, such as the work we've done with the Gullah Museum and moving that project along with other folks who have come to our task force, and our representative and expert, Ms. Sharonica. They keep her busy. But I'm happy that she's that involved, that ingrained in our community, and people have a face that they can come to town and know they can ask some questions and she'll get some answers for them. She's transitioning over to do some significant work with the CDC and keep us moving along. We recognize that a lot of the land that's available to us now is in our historic neighborhoods. That is why it's also important that we recognize the issues that we're addressing with affordable and workforce housing that remain in some of those historic neighborhoods. That's why it's important to recognize the flexible land use provisions. I mentioned that to encourage town council to move that initiative forward, and understanding that that is also on the agenda, as I've seen, with the ATAX dollars, and it will not affect as much of those of us who are residents in our local taxes. So that's a great effort, and we look forward to supporting that effort as well. We have the following reports, discussions that were led by town staff with the task force. The LMO, as I mentioned, district planning and providing periodic updates on the status of that district planning project. Home and Safety Repair Program is another program that we're very proud of. We've been able to help some folks rehab and revitalize their properties, and for safety issues as well as the aesthetics of giving people some pride about the properties and the places where they live. I think that should give the total community some pride about the work that we're doing as we look to support and help our neighbors. Lateral sewer connection program is something, again, that while we focus on those who are needing to be connected to the sewer, that's something that, again, that affects our total community. So we are very, very proud of that work. And again, I just want to emphasize the importance of the ATAX dollars for our affordable and workforce housing. And I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any for me.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Any questions from the council? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, did you have one?
I just want to thank the task force for your work, especially over the years. Thank you, Mr. Stevens.
Thank you, Ms. Bryson.
Thank you. Let's see, next we will have the... Yeah, he isn't understanding. Next, we have the Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Corporation Annual Report presented by Ms. Shirley Peaches Peterson. Board Chair Peaches.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Town Council members, Mr. Orlando. I am very pleased to be here to represent the CDC's board. I want to thank you, first of all, for putting us into this very important role that we have in support of the CDC. I am very humbled to be, as Levon said, to be an example of what this community does when it works together. And I think this town council has been instrumental in helping us to do the things that we need to do as a CDC. So my presentation will be short. Please feel free to ask questions at the end, if you will. Do we have the presentation, the other presentation from the CDC board?
Is that what you're looking for?
No, it's Gullah Geechee Historical Community, this one.
This is all I have.
That's all you have? Okay. I can go from there. Okay, the Gullah Geechee Historical Neighborhood Development Corporation was started in November of 2023. I am going to summarize for you all the work we've done in fiscal 2025. During the fall of 2023, we hosted a series of meetings with the goal of developing a strategic plan. We felt it was important before we began any work, and once the board was in place and Mr. Boxley was in place, that we really heard from the community on what the Gullah community, on what their needs were, and to help us develop a strategic plan. This process was a series of a 2-day meeting where we heard from the community. We also reached out to them through electronic means, as well as doing a survey, paper survey, to understand what their needs were, what their wishes were, and what they thought was important for us to pursue. This was the first step, I believe, in developing trust with the Gullah community, which there was some issues. That is it. I'm probably on slide 1. Okay. That was probably very important to develop trust within that community because there was a lack of trust within the community. We didn't give any opinion as to whether it was warranted or not, but we knew there was distrust between the town and the Gullah community, so we wanted to solve that through this first series of meetings. What came out of that is the first 5 goals that you see there that we turned in, if you go to the next slide, to our strategic goals as a corporation. When we started this process with Mr. Boxley, immediately we were thrust into the conversation regarding the expansion of Highway 278. And so we had to really flex our muscles and do some course correction so that we could make sure that from our viewpoint, we wanted to make sure that we talked about and were aware of the long-term effects of for the historic Gullah Geechee community with this whole Stony corridor, 278 corridor. That was paramount to us. We wanted to make sure that we took in consideration the needs of the Gullah community, and we became their voice in that community. Next slide, please. As a result of what we did there, we came up with, Mr. Boxley conducted, I think, 51 meetings with residents of the Stony community and the Gullah community. We also had a number of personal conversations. We had 51 private meetings. We had 21 public meetings about this whole 278 corridor issue. It was approximately 120 hours that Mr. Boxley spent doing that in conjunction with things that we had asked as a CDC for him to do to meet community leaders. So he was quite busy during that time. And it is a testimony to his initiative and his focus to make sure that we got information that we could give back to the community about the corridor. So after that occurred, we started looking at what are the other things we wanted to do in these 5 areas of strategic planning and development. So the first thing we took upon after the corridor was we had a financial education series. It was called Money Talks. We did this in combination with the Island Rec Center as a host site, as well as TD Banks as they acted as presenters during this this series. There were 5 issues that we tackled: applying for financing, day-to-day business operations, access to capital, small business lines of credit versus term loans, and commercial lending for large projects. As a result of this series, the CDC partnered and were directive in pursuing 3 new business checking accounts were opened, 2 new personal accounts opened. There was one $50,000 small business line of credit opened. There were 2 merchant services point of sale processing opened, and there's one pending small loan from our Gullah community. So this was very successful. We plan to offer this series again in 2025, and it will run through July through November. Long-term, we want to make sure that we're offering financial assistance and education to small businesses and consumers on an annual basis. So we will continue this program. We've gotten a lot of positive feedback from it. The next thing we pursued was our wayfinding application, which directly correlates with our first strategic goal. And here we wanted to ensure and stabilize preservation of the Gullah Geechee communities, neighborhoods, and history. And so we've partnered with a company, Solaris, which will help us. There will be, how would I explain this? The wayfinding application and the accompanying website will deploy technology to assist in the preservation of the Gullah Geechee history. There will be 8 stops that have historic significance to the community. Phase 2 will include historical churches and cemeteries. The online component will feature a website dedicated to further memorializing the history of the Gullah Geechee culture and will provide centralized location for Gullah Geechee businesses to be highlighted. The process will be up and running by September. We hit a snag because of Apple, not because of anything we're doing. Apple reconfigured its operating system with the new AI system, and so that had us go back and redo some things that we'd already done. But it will be up and running by September, and that will be something that you can take your phone. For those of you who don't understand this technology, you take your phone, you hit a QR code, and up pops history of the Gullah people. And it'll be 8 stops that will occur through the community. So we're especially proud of that. Staffing was our next challenge. I'm happy to say that we have transferred Sharonica beginning July 1st, 2025 as the principal planner for historic neighborhoods. And Sharonica Stewart will make that transition, as LaVon talked about, to the role of project manager. We think that this will give us an increased connection to the Gullah community. We will put a face that they can go to, and it will increase the planning department staff to interface more with us. So those were the highlights for the year. We did quite a lot. Mr. Boxley did quite a lot with direction from the board. He specifically challenged us as a board. We generated a lot of ideas and a lot of discussion. And I think that the things that we were able to do in fiscal year 2025 is just a sneak preview of what we can do going forward. As we move into our second year of full-scale operation, we want to continue the work on our strategic plan to make sure that we stay true to what we're supposed to be doing as a CDC. We will continue to implement the remainder of the recommendation from the Gullah Geechee Land and Cultural Preservation Task Force, and we will continue to align ourselves with the overall plan for the town for 2020 to 2024. One of the challenges as a board chair that I continually talk about and that Tom Boxley continues to talk about is our long-term funding sources. And so I think that as the town goes, so does the CDC goes. But that is incumbent upon us as a CDC to find our personal sources for income. And we do understand that, so I want you to understand that we understand that. We are trying to work now with the Community Foundation to find any grants that will help us as we meet our goals, as well as looking at the banking community for alignment and support opportunities in that phase. What questions do you have?
Any questions from council? All right.
And Mayor, I want to thank the CDC Board of Directors and Mr. Boxley and their team for all the work you've done so far, and I look forward to more work in the community, our whole community.
I thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Peaches. Appreciate that. Moving along, we will now hear from Natalie Harvey, Director of Cultural Affairs, with an update of the Office of Cultural Affairs. Ms. Harvey?
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor, Mark. Good to see you, everyone. It's been almost a year, I think, since I was here to present what's happening in the Office of Cultural Affairs. So I just wanted to share a little bit of information. We can go to the first slide to talk about sort of the role of the Office of Cultural Affairs and what sort of operations we're going through. So promoting Hilton Head Island's art, culture, and history is critical for the Office of Cultural Affairs. I was thrilled to be here for the two previous presentations about all the exciting things happening in our Gullah communities, and pleased to be working with them as I can to help promote some of those new projects that are happening. Our website has an event calendar. We will be adopting a new website in fiscal 26 after the town's website is completed. And I'm pleased to say we've distributed 5,000 of our cultural trail maps to our residents and visitors. It's become a very popular thing at many of our resorts, so that as our visitors are biking around our island, they are visiting historic sites, galleries, places of interest, and natural properties. We have about 10,000 Facebook followers and 22,000 Instagram followers, but really pleased to see our e-newsletter go up to 5,700 subscribers. I send about 25 of those out each year, and it really is seeming to reach a lot of people to get out and enjoy interesting things happening in our community. Go ahead to the next. Another pillar of the Office of Cultural Affairs is to increase the community's access to cultural, historical, and artistic experiences. As I like to say to people who ask me what I do the fun things around town where people get to get out and enjoy our community, experience something new. Really excited that we have a great relationship with our Island Rec Center. And as you saw, the students who were here earlier, we have a great volunteer with our Arts Council who curates 2 exhibits each month at the Island Rec Center to introduce people to art, history, and culture there in a place that they might not expect to see it. Hold on one second, sorry. The other thing that I wanted to point out this year is we had a last-minute experience where we were able to partner with the Symphony Orchestra to bring the concert truck to Hilton Head Island. We had 325 students who experienced these free concerts with a concert pianist and 125 adults. I'm also pleased to announce, I just received notice today that we received our South Carolina Arts Commission Festival Grant Award in the full amount of $7,500 to help bring artist experiences to Hilton Head. So that's really exciting news. We create and implement community-oriented programs, events, and exhibits. We already have about 10 workshops planned for the Lantern Parade, everyone from Pockets Full of Sunshine to Full Spectrum Studio. Our schools are already calling us, as well as our community organizations. So we're pleased to be involved with that. It's a mixture of providing materials that are very inexpensive, but it provides a way for some of our community, our younger families, to participate as a group. Hundreds of students in collaboration with the Arts Center of Coastal Carolina, and also parent liaisons at the schools. Go ahead. Our public art projects, I hope that you've all been able to visit the new sculptures at Shelter Cove Sculpture Trail by Dana Motlach, an artist from Georgia. We also assisted with the Mitchellville preservation, or the Explore Mitchellville Freedom Park with the Harriet Tubman sculpture, which is still on site, and has been a great opportunity for Hilton Head Island to gain some great promotion about that. We've also launched a couple of weeks ago the Breeze Trolley. We were a very small partner in that project with some organizations and businesses around the community. I've enjoyed seeing it driving around town. I hope you have as well. Go ahead. And our outreach, community engagement, and special events, you have probably run into our Office of Cultural Affairs Coordinator, Robin Swift, at many of the events in our festivals around the community. But where you may not have seen her is at the 9 different resort properties that she does presentations each week. She keeps a tally of that, and over 10,000 people have attended those presentations during fiscal year 25. We know from people coming to events that this is really reaching people where they are. They're on vacation, they're visiting, they haven't heard about some of our activities, and she is out there telling everyone what exciting things are happening around town. We hosted a State of the Arts program with invited guests from the Arts Commission and the South Carolina Arts Alliance in March, and expect to do something similar in September. And I'm also representing the town on our Beaufort County 250th Revolutionary War Committee. And then lastly, just a few save the dates for you. Our Hilton Head Island Jam Songwriter Festival is coming up September 18th through the 21st. Crescendo follows shortly after in October, and the Lantern Parade November 22nd. The tree lighting is Friday, December 5th. All of these will be appearing on your calendar shortly. Thank you.
Awesome. Any questions or comments, Ms. Harvey?
Great.
I got a question for you. How big is the staff within the Cultural Affairs Office?
It's me, and Robin is a part-time. And then we also have the great support of the Arts Council of Hilton Head, which is out in the community and providing a lot of support.
I just want to make that point that y'all do a lot, and you affect a lot of different groups and organizations, so thank you.
Yep, thank you.
All right. Next up, we'll move to general reports from town council. Do any members have any general reports at this time? Ms. Becker?
Excuse me, hopefully you can hear me. Just want to make a plea from the Beaufort County Animal Shelter and the Humane Shelter here on Hilton Head. They're both over capacity, and they're looking for people who have it in their heart and space in their home to bring a loving animal in to help foster or adopt. So if you have any of that capacity, I would encourage you to tomorrow, please reach out to them and see what you can do to help to alleviate the overcrowding, but also to give an animal a chance for a forever home with you. So, thank you.
Any others? All right, I've got a few. Hate to do this, but we lost a great Islander, a real civic minded individual who had a great impact on children. Joe Momonier passed away last week at the age of 53. He had a positive following from a lot of kids. And when we're up here, talking about the things that we do, it is about how we look to our future and look at these kids that are going to come in and take our places. So Joe was a great asset to our community. His wife, his children, obviously are in deep sorrow and pain, and we feel that with them. He was an unbelievable guy, athletic director, lacrosse coach, very active in lots of different areas of the community. So as you say, your prayers include his family in those as well. On a positive note, Orchid Palmer from One Hot Mamas has made her way to the final round of the barbecue challenge on the Food Network. And then also Dave Peck with Bad Biscuit was recognized in Southern Living for having some of the best biscuits in South Carolina. He's also won previously the best shrimp and grits in South Carolina. So there's some good news that's coming out around here. So just want to put those things out there to let us know we live in a great place. Next on, we'll go to individual reports. Ms. Becker, Low Country Area Transportation Study.
We have not had a meeting yet, and so therefore no report.
Awesome. Mr. Alfred, Low Country Council of Governments.
The Low Country Council of Governments is an organization made up of representatives of 4 counties, Colleton, Jasper, Hampton, and Beaufort, supported financially on an individual proportionate basis to population, which means Beaufort pays about 2/3 of the cost of the operation. They are focused primarily on aging and transportation and planning. And of some interest to many of us who ride the roadways here is the introduction at that meeting of possible plans for the intersection of I-95 and US 278. 3 different proposals that they are now looking at for redesigning that intersection. But having any interest in that, I can show you the pictures. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Tunner, Beaufort County Airports Board.
Yes. In regards to commercial passenger arrivals through June, we're well over prior year. There have been 59,000 compared to 53,000 last year at this time, which is almost 11% increase in passenger arrivals. The airport is going to kick off their strategic plan process. And with that, they formed an airport ALP, Airport Layout Plan Stakeholder Group. I've been selected to represent the town and the residents of Hilton Head in that process. Our first meeting is July 30th, and I'll learn more about the process and what the scope of the work is going to be. In the invitation, this is what it says, that this work will help shape the airport's future to meet operational needs and drive regional economic growth, and that the plan should support both the airport and community interests. And so as we move forward, I will include in the airport updates what's happening in regards to this ALP group. And the next airport meeting is coming up on Thursday at 10 a.m. right here in Town Hall.
Thank you. Ms. Bryson, Soloco, Southern Low Country Regional Board.
Yes, their last meeting was on June 24th in Bluffton. The mayor and I were both here in this room at the time and could not be there, but the town was ably represented by Assistant Town Manager Angie Stone, who's a part of the Emergency Preparedness Policy Committee, if I have the right title, something like that. At the June 24th meeting, the main topic was hurricane preparedness, emergency response. There were representatives of Beaufort County and also Jasper County who made presentation to the board, including Colonel Baxley, who's the head of the Emergency Management Policy Group for Beaufort County. Also Chief Wells, Director of Emergency Services for Jasper County, and Chief Roll, Deputy Chief of Hardyville Fire Department. So with regard to emergency preparedness for hurricanes, we have a great team here. I would commend looking to the town's website for information on hurricane preparedness. And I can tell you that all town council members have received our own booklet about hurricane preparedness. So thanks to the staff for providing us with that information. Mostly we hope to avoid the big blow in a year and every year. But that's the report. The next meeting will be on July 22nd in Hardyville. The focus will then be on committee reports from the 3 groups who are working on them. And those are the Child Care Subcommittee, the 20-year plan subcommittee proposed by GIC, and the Regional Growth Plan Subcommittee, which the board has been working on under the leadership of Rob Merchant, the Planning Director for Beaufort County. So that's my report, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, Island Recreation Association.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With school starting in early August, summer camp and other programs are quickly coming to a close. The very first recreational program on Hilton Head, which is the Gator football program, is back. We're proud of that. I remember the mayor telling stories about pulling potatoes out of the first field so they could play football, showing his age there. But welcome back, a long ways we've come with that program. July was another successful month at the pool, 75 children, adults, and swim lessons. Registration has begun for after-school program and youth fall soccer. There are a few more summer jams on Tuesday evenings through July, starting at 6 p.m. And congratulations to the new officers of the Island Recreation Board, President Kristen Keller, Vice President Marty Pauls, Treasurer Kate Boardman, Secretary Reed Perry, and past President Ray Craver. Butch Kasaya was elected to serve another 3-year term on the Rec Centers Association as a town council representative. And finally, there's going to be a new event this fall, the Mac and Cheese Festival.
Oh, good, something for vegetarians like me.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Next, we'll go on to Beaufort County Economic Development. We met on Thursday, June 26th. There was a presentation from Selma Davis on a new leaf produce development that she's got and where she grows hydroponic food. And it really is pretty interesting what she's done with one container and how she's looking to grow that and expand it throughout the Low Country and deliver sustainable food to those in need. We also discussed the proposal and approval for an accounting firm, Moss and Yanis, and then Malden for the annual audit. Thank you, annual audit, senior moment, as Mr. Brown referred to. And then also, one of the things that we discussed was the business retention meetings that they had. They're at 112% of the goal for the year at 84. But also this fall, the economic development is looking to get out to the municipalities and have meetings either as a group or as with the individual municipalities to see where we want to take economic development within the Low Country for our area. While this is a community group, not everything that goes on in Bluffton is right for Hilton Head, not everything that goes on in Yemassee and Beaufort is right for Hilton Head. So what is it that we need to look for and how do we need to shape our future economic diversifications? So next, Mr. Brown, Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhoods Community Development Corporation.
Yes, the CDC will be meeting on tomorrow at 6 p.m. We will be receiving an update on the wayfinding application that Chair Peaches mentioned earlier and the website. Additional items on the agenda include recognizing outgoing board member Terry Brubaker for his dedicated service, welcoming incoming board members, former council member David Ames and Ms. Sarah Eisner, reviewing and discussing the CDC staffing, and reviewing the discussion of the 2025 community financial education meetings. The board will also have an executive session to talk about contractual matters with buying and leasing a property, as well as some opportunities at the Hilton Head Airport.
All right, Ms. Becker, Community Services and Public Safety Committee.
Thank you. We have a meeting on July 21st where we will be reviewing and discussing consideration of a resolution which would authorize the application to the South Carolina Arts Commission for a cultural district designation for the island of Hilton Head.
All right, thank you. And lastly, Mr. Brown, Finance and Administrative Committee.
Our next meeting will be on July 29th. We will be hearing an update on our fiscal year 25 financials. We will be presented with ordinance to be considered full town council, amending municipal code section 8-1-5, abandoned motor vehicles, boats, and or other property.
All right, thank you. Unfinished business, we'll move on to the second reading of an ordinance amending municipal code section 2-5-60. Committees of council, this ordinance was approved on first reading at June 17th, town council meeting with changes. Mr. Cullen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Town Council, Town Manager. I'll try to move through this briefly. Town Council considered recommendation from the Finance Administrative Committee at their meeting on June 17th. There were a couple of additional requests on first reading to be added into the revised ordinance. And so they're outlined here. As you recall, the options for town council or a committee to take action were to approve, to deny, or to not make a recommendation. There was a clarification from Councilmember Alford and confirmed by our town attorney that you can afford a recommendation provided certain conditions are met. And so it's approval with conditions. And then there was clarity on the committee conducting business. If the committee was not in a position to take action at a particular meeting, they could provide town staff clear direction on additional information that they would like or revisions they would like to see. And then the item would come back to the next scheduled meeting of the standing committee. I do have a red line version between first and second reading to show those changes. And so we've added this item B, forward the item to town council, the recommendation with the conditions. It did move down a couple of items, so these aren't real changes, just move that down. And then our article, whatever it is, E on this page is the clarity about returning the item to staff for revisions and bringing it back to the next standing committee meeting. And then the committee has options A through D to take action and forward that on to town council. And then there was a few other revisions that were recommended by our town attorney, just clarifying the language that was in Article 2 at the bottom. And I'll read the final wording, but following committee action and recommendation on any item from the standing committee, town staff shall present a staff report provided to town council, summarizing the standing committee's action and recommendation, and then following receipt of the staff report, town council may request additional changes prior to the item being placed on agenda for council action. So just clears up and makes the changes that council had at first reading. I'm happy to answer any questions that council has before they consider second and final here.
Okay, do we have a motion? A motion? Yes,
I'll move it so that we can have discussion.
yes. Okay.
Well, on the last line that you showed in paragraph 2 there,
Oops, I'm sorry, let me pull up the right one here. Yes, sir.
following receipt of the staff report line, town council may request. How does that show up when it gets to council?
Yeah, I'm going to ask our town attorney he's the one that provided that clarifying language in Article 2 to answer your question, sir. And I think you're referring to this is what I've highlighted here.
I think that the well, looking at it now, not sure I think that's right. I think the intention there was to clarify that council, when council receives this, can suggest additional changes to the text once it gets that. So that, just to clarify that.
Curtis, I'm having a hard time hearing you, I'm sorry.
If you could speak up.
Sorry, I don't think the text is quite right. I think the intention there was to just clarify that once the matter arrives on council's desk, council has the ability to request and make further changes to it through council's action.
But wouldn't that be in a formal meeting rather than privately?
Correct. I think I'm not,
Curtis, could we just delete the final sentence?
I do.
you can delete the final sentence because council can do that, or I think the errant language may be the prior to it going on an agenda, but yes, you can delete the final sentence because council can always move to amend something when it's on council's desk anyway.
So with that advice, I've deleted the final sentence, and if that meets with council.
Well, but following up on,
Yes.
ready? Okay. Following up on what Curtis had tried to insert there, I think what I was thinking it meant is what we've done traditionally without question, which is to receive a briefing as a council and then be able to ask questions, offer suggestions, changes, et cetera, and decide whether or not it should go back for further review. That's what I thought that was referring to. Are we no longer doing that? Is that no longer an option?
Sean,
Because I don't see
if you would
that.
clarify
Yeah,
that.
I'll try to clarify. I don't think we need the legal interpretation on this. So there is the item where if council, or I'm sorry, if the committee is not in a position to take action, and somehow I have deleted that, right here. If the committee is not able to take action and needs additional information, then that's governed under this item here. But following committee action and recommendation, a staff report's generated summarizing the committee's action and recommendation and provide that to council. When it gets to council, council has the ability to approve, to deny, to add additional information, suggest revisions. And so I don't think the second part of this is really needed in order to add it to an agenda. We have said that all committee items that need official action must come to council. So I think eliminating that last sentence just clears that up.
So it gives the committee the opportunity to send it back to staff for clarification based off of recommendations and then back to council.
Right, that I understood.
Yeah, just making sure.
Yeah, that I understood. That's not my question.
Mayor?
Yes.
Now I remember what we did. The conversation is that once it came out of committee, there'd be a staff report before it went on the council's agenda. And that's what that text was supposed to deal with. In other words, it'd come out of committee, it would come up, there'd be a staff report prior to it actually being an action item. And at that point, council could have a discussion if it wished to do that.
Understood. Yeah. Mr. Desmond was getting ready to speak. Okay, Ms. Bryson.
That's the paragraph or the sentence that I had a question about as well. Thank you, Mr. Alfred, for raising that. I don't think it's necessary because if you look at today's agenda, we have 4 ordinances on for first reading. And if that language, something like that, was kept in there, it would mean that we could not have it on the agenda today. In fact, since this was adopted on first reading, interpreting that language would appear to mean that we would first have to have a staff presentation today, and then first reading would be on the next agenda. So I'm glad that we're removing that sentence.
Traditionally, that's the way we've always done it, just for the record.
Other comments?
I agree as well about the last sentence. It was one of the items I had listed as well. And so looking forward, I'd like to make sure that we identify the alternates for the committees as quickly as possible. And then we also have work items to do to take our strategic plan and divide those activities between the 2 committees and then rename them. So making sure that we get that done quickly.
All right, thank you.
I don't want to belabor it, but I think to Ms. Tunner's, Councilwoman Tunner's point when we first discussed this was that on first reading, it's hard for those who aren't on the committee to have heard and been able to think through, analyze what happened. And so that briefing, the purpose of it was to give the full committee a broad view and an opportunity to ask questions so that they could then take the time to properly analyze and ensure that they were coming to the correct conclusion when they took their vote and not be hurried through it. But I don't agree with all change, and I don't think I agree with this change. But just for the record, I think that was the logic that was being shared. That's the history behind how we've done things in the past, and I think it's served us well. So cutting out that step may have detrimental impacts on decision-making in the future that some may regret.
I want to be clear on this because I think we may have gotten off just a little bit. Sean, are we still presenting to council before it goes for a vote? Is that what this is saying?
We would bring forward the action from the committee. We're not doing a separate, unless council wants it, but we weren't doing a separate presentation of the item before bringing it to town council. Councilwoman Becker is correct that the process in the past has been that if committee takes action, they provide a brief. It's delayed some work because it's a brief the next council meeting and then comes forward for action. We've pivoted away from that to invite all council members to the standing committee meetings so that they can provide input and hear the information at that time, and had the committee reports now look forward to say, here's what's coming up on the next agenda item. If you're interested in this topic, please come and listen and share your viewpoint. And so as it stands right now, an item that comes out of town council committee would come forward with your approval, Mayor, at the next agenda that you feel it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. I just want to be clear on that.
Yes, sir.
All right, any other comments? All right, seeing them, Kim, has anybody signed up to speak on this agenda item?
Yes, I have one. John Smarsley.
Mr. Mayor, Town Council, Mr. Orlando, my name is John Zamarsley. I live at Hilton Head Plantation. I greatly appreciate the current council's openness to bringing all topics and issues to light in a public forum to debate. However, I'd like to mention one very important missing ingredient from the Town Code 2560 Part B and 21330 for that matter, and that is the ethics and accountability clause for citizens. From the beginning of the formation of our town's government to today, folks with lucrative town contracts, employees of a contracted business, or citizens with newly founded nonprofits seem to always find their way to a seat on one of the many latest and greatest committees. Once on one of these committees, can we be assured that their vote was not swayed by the contract or the employer? Or will they recuse themselves from a vote while advocating to other members? This is one of the oldest town traditions, and I hope it stops. The state of South Carolina created the Ethics Act of 1991, South Carolina Code 81375, for state committee members. I think we should finally do the same. This will be a small step to lessen the perception of corruption many folks have of our local government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smarsley. All right, so we've got a motion on the table, and I think that motion needs to be amended because we removed the last paragraph.
Last sentence of
Last
Article
sentence,
2.
last sentence.
So what you can do is just make a motion to approve with the removal of the last sentence.
Mr. Brown, would you amend your,
I have amended my motion to remove the last sentence on the exhibit before it's presented by Mr. Colon.
Ms. Becker, will you second that, since you were the second?
Sure.
Oh,
Can we have them scroll up to make sure that's been deleted? Thank you. Thank you.
it's deleted. All right, so, Mr. Brown made a motion, Ms. Becker a second. Shall we call for a vote? All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. Opposed? Passes 7-0.
7-0?
Yes. Moving on to new business, we have a consideration of a resolution to adopt the fiscal year 2026, fiscal year 2028 action plan for the town of Hilton Head Island. Town Council held a strategic planning workshop on February 26th and 26th, and another Town Council strategic workshop plan was held on June 24th to confirm direction and draft content for inclusion in the strategic action plan. Mr. Colon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Town Council, Town Manager. Again, Sean Colon, Assistant Town Manager of Strategic Initiatives. So this is something I'm extremely proud of and had the privilege and pleasure to work with our team, with Town Council, Mayor, Town Council, Town Manager to deliver is this the third version, Mark? V3 of the town strategic action plan. I do want to point out a couple of things. The strategic action plan that's on the screen and what we're asking for consideration for adoption aligns now with fiscal years. Previously, it had aligned with a calendar year. So we talk about how the strategic plan informs budget and the other way around. And so this now aligns with our fiscal year for fiscal year 26, 7, and 8. Reminder to the folks that are watching and in the crowd here that fiscal years start July 1 and run through June 30 of each year. So we are 2 weeks and a day into fiscal year 26. And I wish we had half the plan done already, and I know you do too, but we have a great foundation and framework. So I'm going to run through a little bit of what got us here and then run through the plan. We did receive some feedback from council members on a couple of adjustments or revisions. And I want to have feedback from the full town council before we make any of those adjustments. So for the benefit of council and the community, town council, town manager, and staff committed a significant amount of time in background work, and then also 2-day workshop in February, where we reviewed the calendar year 23 to 25 strategic action plan of the town to show progress. I know our town manager went through a list of accomplishments, and I couldn't even believe how much we had done hearing it out loud. But you've got a great team here, and they're actively working to achieve the priorities that council outlined with Mark. So we went through what's done, what's in progress, what is maybe no longer a priority, to identify those ongoing initiatives that needed to carry into this new strategic action plan. And then also talked about some opportunity for new initiatives that we need to plan and pursue over the next 3 fiscal years. So we got a really good outcome in February. We came out with 8 priorities, which we identified as goals. The town manager and I worked with our team to review that information along with our consultants, and we thought we were lacking a couple of areas. One was around environmental and sustainability, and one was around the parks and recreation projects and program that are really essential through our master plan. All of our partners with Island Rec and our community thought Parks and Recreation was such a key component that we included 2 additional items for consideration. And so as you recall, on June 24th, Town Council held another workshop to talk about the draft strategic action plan to include those 10 goals. And I'll cover them in just a second. And then we received feedback and direction from Town Council. And we have taken the last couple of weeks to take your feedback and direction and to provide this draft plan, which I think captures your information, and I hope that you're proud of it. And if we need to make a few adjustments, certainly happy to do that to get this moving forward. As I mentioned, the staff's already working on a lot of the stuff that's in here, so we haven't been waiting on this. And so I'm going to cover just briefly the plan. We can cover any adjustments we want to make, and I do want to show a V1 strategic action plan dashboard. We call it a hub, to show how we're going to communicate this information on a daily basis, including tracking progress and how it'll tie into our year-end, our annual report. Does that work for you, Mayor? Okay. Oh, and at the end of this, I'm going to ask for council to approve a resolution to adopt this plan. Okay. So
I just want to be clear, as we're going through it, if there are questions from council, do you want us, on those specific items, do you want us to address at that point in time? Does that make it easier for you?
Yes, and just so you know, I do have, I have this document that includes some comments. If council members that provided input just want to give us input on the way through, then I won't have to pull this up. But do want some feedback from all of council before we make any changes. And so, all right. I saw Curtis Barnwell Jr. Coming in today. I told him he's on the cover of our plan, along with a horse, and I told him he was certainly the better looking of the two. Is he still here?
Yes,
there he is. Anyway, so all right, let's get right through this. It's 40 pages long, which is the minimum in order to have a bound copy. So it's as short as possible. You're welcome. So, all right, so it's organized in the following way. There's acknowledgements at the front, a letter from the mayor. There's town council, obviously included, a word from the town manager. We've got our organizational chart that shows the senior leadership team. We've got an intro and executive summary. And then we build the plan based on our vision and mission, our core values, We talk about the purpose of the strategic action plan. Then we define how the plan has been organized and how to use it. And then we talk about the goals, and then the goal sheets that include the strategies, the action items, and the key performance indicators and how we're gonna measure success toward achieving the goals. So we've got acknowledgements here, not to go through too deep. I think our first comment from a council member is page 5. So, but acknowledgements to town council, to town staff. We have special thanks to our consultants at the MRB group. We had assistance in our workshop in February from the Municipal Association, and the county has provided broadcast of the workshops and as we covered this item. We got a really cool photo of the Squire Pope intersection of those trees. Word from the mayor, there was a comment on this. Anyone want to bring it up or?
Yes, I will. So it has to do with when we emerged with a list of 10 priorities, it didn't come out of the 2-day strategic planning session as you identified, as you went through what the steps were. We came out with 8, and then after the follow-up workshop, we came out with 10. So just to be clear about that.
I'm happy to make that clarification if there's no objection from council.
No objection.
All right. Town council page, organized mayor, mayor pro tem, but wards 1 through 6. And we're showing the council ward map on that page. To get to 40 pages, we did have to put some really cool photos in here. But I think it's a great plan. All right, then a letter from the town manager. I'll help. I know there's a comment about how we've changed our goal number 1 to protect island character through managing growth rather than growth management. Right here is the term growth management, and so our priorities in managing growth will make that clarification. And I would have made these, but I don't want to give you something different than what you saw.
Good.
And so, all right. Here's our org chart again, senior team. Again, we got a couple vacancies in finance and planning, but this is the senior organization team that Mark leans on to help get this work done. Oop, the wrong way here. Introduction and executive summary. Again, an overview of what's important to our island. First, what we are as a community, and how it influences the development of this plan, setting priorities, our core values, and then obviously measuring success in the future. Oh, I keep going the wrong way here. We then get into the vision and mission. I know we've had some discussion even at the June meeting about having some deeper communication and discussion with town council as we move forward. But this is the adopted vision, the adopted mission. They're from the core documents of the comprehensive plan, our plan. And so we've used those to help build the foundation for the strategic action plan. Then the core values taken from the comprehensive plan, and so they're listed here. The only one that really wasn't a core value in the comprehensive plan, but there's language in the comp plan on the importance of adding it, was Parks and Recreation. And so that's shown up in all of our strategic action plans and our communication to the community about what we value on Hilton Head Island.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
If we have one that's easily obtained, then that's great.
Artificial intelligence could create.
Okay.
Yeah, otherwise, Mr. Alfred and I are going to draw them on every page.
Well,
All right, we will certainly try to make that change.
Well, I'm not particularly concerned either way. There's no requirement to wear a bike helmet, but it is a good practice for everybody to consider. One of the comments I just want to make, and I don't want to hold it up, is we have a lot of really nice language in here that's really important. And we have other documents, there's really important language with regard to purpose and intent. And I don't want the back of the pages of this 40-page book to be the focus, but that the reasons for it, that today, that, for instance, we stand at a pivotal crossroads, and the very qualities that have long defined and attracted people to Hilton Island, its livability, charm, and opportunity, are now challenged. I want us to remember that, because everything we're supposed to be doing, everything that our number one priority is set forth to direct, is to make sure that we are enhancing the quality of life while retaining and protecting and preserving the history and what has made us great, and that we don't get lost in all the shiny new objects at the back of the book.
Okay. All right, ready to move past this page, core values. Are we okay with the fire trucks being that color? Okay.
Yes.
So then,
If, Sean, if I might real quick,
Yes, sir.
Jacob, Alex and I's screen keep on blacking out every couple of seconds. It's really distracting. Go ahead. Anybody else's screen's blacking out? Okay.
next section is just outlining the purpose of the strategic plan. As I mentioned, it's foundational in the work that we do. It provides clarity and direction. And so we've got the purpose, what's outlined there. I don't know why it keeps going back to that one. All right, better go back that one quick. All right, defining goals, strategies, action items, and key performance indicators. And so we've gone through the background information. This helps inform how the plan is to be used as we move forward. So it's got goal with a goal statement, strategy with a statement, action items, prioritization, and you can see that we use these little check marks to identify the years that council has helped us define when we should be starting the work and doing the work. And then key performance indicators and how we're going to measure success. We ordered the goals based on your exercise on June 24th. And so we're working on all of these, but they're ordered based on your feedback at the last workshop 1 through 10. And so I won't read each one of them because we'll cover the in the goal page here in a minute. But they're outlined here, and you can see, right, our plan guides strategic action plan, and then influences the consolidated budget each year, and then strategic management. And then we get to the second half of the book, which is really the actionable part of the plan. And so each goal is identified in order. So protect island character through growth, through managing growth. We've got the strategy to help define the action toward the growth, and then these actions that we plan to take. We did organize it based on town council's feedback to show a prioritization based on the year that it's programmed and started. And so you can see it moves from year 1, then year 1 and 2, year 1, 2, and 3. Then it moves out into year 2, year 3. So it's organized that way. Sorry.
And Sean, as we go through these goals, we're looking to set the basis as to the work that the council and staff will do in the next several years. It's not that we're adopting any of these individual items today.
That's correct. Each action item that is in here will require an operational plan to execute. And so with your direction and adoption of this plan, it provides the town manager clear direction for him and his team to move these forward with a sense of priority and clarity. And they come forward to council, obviously, most of it through committee and through town council with agenda setting with your help, Mayor.
I'd like to comment somewhat further on that, particularly with reference to the item 1 moratorium. I think there's been some confusion in the community as to what was going to take place today in terms of a moratorium. There are certain elements that have anticipated that a moratorium would be adopted today. As Mr. Cullen has indicated, that's clearly not the case. We're simply saying that this would be an item for staff to undertake. And putting together, as I understand it, a plan for a moratorium takes a good deal of time, number of months. And moratoriums cannot be permanent. What we're looking at is a time-limited situation, more or less pointed to when are we going to introduce legislation to deal with some of these issues. We have been introducing legislation on a regular basis in many of these areas over time, and several are on tonight's agenda as well. In the end, these new items to be introduced in the land management ordinance and the municipal code and so on will establish some improved guidelines for future development. That plan that we have to have staff work on right now has to be very carefully prepared, because we could, if not careful, interfere with the rights of property owners. That could result in a lawsuit if it doesn't go well. So a number of the items that are already under preparation and study in terms of amendments to the LMO and the municipal code will come along probably only a few months after we get to the point of actually doing a moratorium. So there is that practical aspect about it. My concern about adding this particular matter is overburdening staff. We already, I believe, have a problem with asking staff to do too much. And this is simply another burden that we're putting on them. It comes at a time when we are short-staffed in a number of key positions. Simply make these comments to point out the milieu in which we are operating and the impact of what we do will have.
Thank you, Ms. Alfred. Ms. Becker, you have something to add?
Does anyone else have anything before So what I was going to say was, with regard to a moratorium, we have that in 2026, and this was brought up just at the last strategic plan workshop as an addition. And I thought the logic behind it was to allow for kind of a pause while staff and the code writers got up to speed with new regulations, new amendments to our land management ordinance so that we could address those. And so the idea of a moratorium is very popular with a lot of people. The idea of pausing to make sure that we are getting our code into place so that we don't further do damage to the island that has been done since, I don't know, I won't put a date on it, but I would certainly say the last 10 years for sure. And so therefore looking at assessing that in 26, once all of those other activities are finished, to me seems to be not consistent with the work that's being done. So why have a moratorium or assess a moratorium in 26 when we're currently working on the land management ordinance and hoping to bring that forward, when it would seem that you need the moratorium alongside of that? So that's just a general question I have with regard to timing. So if anyone has an answer, I'm really all ears. Thanks.
Bryson?
Yes, I plead guilty to suggesting this at the June 24th workshop. And based on our experience so far, I took office in December of 2022, and the first thing that came to our attention was the impact of development on Jonesville Road and in that area. And so the town council proceeded to try to address that, largely by buying property. But also concurrently, we had the idea from staff of proceeding with district plans. And those were supposed to have happened in the summer of 2023. We're now in the summer of 2025, and we don't yet have except one district plan, which was adopted by the prior town council. We also have looked at some priority, they've been called different names, amendments to the land management ordinance. But right now we have serious pressure points, pinch points, and those are the ones listed: timeshares or interval occupancy, also short-term rentals, new short-term rentals, and major subdivisions. Travel around this island, you'll see a lot of areas where someone has come in with a bulldozer and cut a large swath of land, tearing down all the trees and building very small homes and not workforce housing. So that's what we're trying to address, and that's increased traffic around the island. And so what have we done? We keep waiting on these amendments to the land management ordinance. And respectfully, I know it takes years. I've done it before. So what a moratorium does, and I agree with a lot of what Mr. Alfred said, except for it doesn't take a lot of time to do a moratorium, because the purpose of a moratorium ordinance, it's short in limitation, usually about 90 days, to allow you to find out how to address those pressure points or pinch points. And that's what the purpose of this is. We've seen it recently done by neighboring county, Jasper County. If anybody's traveled out that way, you've seen the kind of development going on out there. They did that in order to try to management, and as this goal says, to protect island character through managing growth. That's the purpose of this. Not the purpose to try to destroy businesses. The purpose of it is to protect island character through managing growth. And this is a pause in certain kinds of uses to allow us to finally get some LMO amendments to address these uses. Unless and until we do that, we're going to keep seeing this happen. And when you go through this process, you go through district planning, and then you amend your text to the land management ordinance, and then you finally get to the zoning maps. And that's where the rubber hits the road. And that takes a long time. It takes at least a couple of years. And where are we now? Unless and until we take this pause, we're going to keep suffering from these pressure points, and our community will keep suffering. And that's why I strongly advocate to include it at least as an action item and to keep it in FY26.
As it states, it's assess adoption. So it is not adopting. There's a lot of work that needs to go into understanding what it means. Ms. Tunner?
Yes. I reached out to my community and have received a lot of feedback from residents and constituencies, and they are very much interested in this assessment of a moratorium. But I also know that it needs to be very thoughtfully discussed, and that's why we have it out there as assess versus actually do. We need to identify what work we're looking to accomplish during the moratorium. We need to understand how it would be implemented and what would the impacts be. There's legal risk, balance of property rights versus adverse impacts, impacts to the economy and community sentiment. So it would be a large amount of work, but I did want to share that my constituents are interested in hearing more about that.
Other comments?
So Mayor, it was included in council's direction. I do want to point out this only applies to applications that would come in upon enactment of a moratorium. So it's not retroactive. It'd be for new applications based on whatever these
I really don't want to get caught up on each individual item, because if we do that, then we need to table it and send it back to a workshop. This is about, this was one item that was added at the last workshop. It's being included. Nobody has had to take it out. It's some questions, concerns about the work that goes into it. So I just, we've got a lot of things on this agenda tonight, and we need to keep moving as best we can.
I'd say the work that goes into it and the time.
Yes.
So,
Please.
So Mayor, I'll move through. There's a recommendation to add a KPI about the moratorium. My recommendation would be not to have a KPI. I think if you choose to adopt one, that would be your measurement. Okay. Sorry, move through. Goal 2, there were no comments on goal 2, but it relates to investing in stormwater management infrastructure. Okay, move on to number 3.
Unless somebody raises their hand, I'd say keep on moving.
Number 3, there was just one comment about, there's a feasibility study, cost-benefit analysis of the island trolley and beach shuttle system. There was a recommendation to include a KPI for adoption or completion of that study. Well, we can add that if there's, okay. All right. Goal 4, enhance public safety readiness and facilities. I had no comments on on that item, sir? On goal 5, there was a comment, and I think it applies to 2 spots. There is a term here, and enhancing tourism, and one down here, enhances tourism. There was a recommendation to replace that with supporting and supports. Is there any issue with that from council?
No
Okay.
issue.
And then one.
Okay, Mr. Brown.
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I know it's just words on paper,
Yeah, yes, sir.
but this town continues to evolve around one of our core values, which is excellence. So in my mind, everything that we do, we are enhancing. It doesn't say that we want to increase, it says we want to enhance. So I struggle with going to supporting, particularly with it being our major economic driver here on Hilton Head.
Okay. Change or no change? No change?
What would the change be from enhance to support, correct?
Yes.
To support tourism. I'm more in favor with support rather than enhance, because I don't want there to be any misunderstanding that while we are a tourism-driven economy here and we understand the value that that has for all of our residents, we also are at capacity. And I don't want to further the impression that we're looking to bring more and more people on to beaches that no one can sit on anymore and parking lots that are full and overfull. And I could go on. So support, not enhance.
I understand what Mr. Brown's trying to say, because if we enhance the assets for tourism, you in turn enhance the tourist that is coming to the area, improves that quality. It's, you know what though, but that's what we talk about. I'm okay with support because we are supporting it, but I understand, but I want people to know that because we're talking about excellence, it is about improving the quality of our lives, improving the quality of the stay, that when people are here, that helps drive a higher end.
And is there another word then, instead of support or enhance? Is there a way of?
Not that I'm coming up with right now.
All right, well, I am just concerned about the impression it leaves with people, and if we're gonna mince words and parse things, otherwise I wouldn't have picked up on it, frankly.
Okay.
So am I changing it to support and supporting?
Yeah, I don't want to get caught up on that right now, but
right.
the statements. Yeah.
Okay, and then there was a recommendation as it relates to the KPI. We do talk about percentage of local businesses retained, but there was a recommendation to also measure new business growth on the island. I think that's certainly appropriate, would add that.
Yeah, I agree.
Goal 6, related to reinforce island resilience, there were no comments. Goal 7, preserve, protect, and celebrate Gullah Geechee culture and heritage. There were 2 comments, and they were related to a key performance indicator on CIP, so it would be on the 7.6. I think when you develop your CIP program, which is going to be informed by the strategic plan and then budget, that be separate. It was to include a key performance indicator related to CIP projects based on this 7.6 action item. So it would be roads, parks, drainage, all these things that were within the historic neighborhoods.
Would the KPI be to measure, to say you did do that through the?
Yeah, it would be a measurement to say, here is what was accomplished based on those CIP categories within the historic neighborhoods.
I'm thinking that the KPI would be included in the CIP because we'd, redundancy, I'm thinking.
I think you could do it through your CIP program and then include, have the CIP print a map to show that, so.
Okay.
Have we done this with other KPIs for other goals? To include, like it's included in the, whether it's the operating budget or CIP? Is it in another KPI somewhere?
There is one related to stormwater, investment in stormwater infrastructure. but not specific to a geography?
Like a good measure to me.
Okay.
Have it there so we can look at it.
Yeah, we can.
Mark?
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
I suggest we add it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's really good. We use it for roads, we use it for some other things. Keeping it here keeps us on center.
And the other one was related to a KPI on the Muddy Creek Neighborhood Stabilization Plan. So the elements for action within that plan, we can measure and provide a report as a KPI there. So if there's no objection, we'll add those two KPIs. Under Goal 8, Advanced Workforce Housing Opportunities, there were no comments. Under Goal 9, Protect and Enhance Environmental Sustainability, there were two items related to KPI consideration. One was related to action item 9.2 about implementation of the Integrated Pest Management, IPM, policy to have a measurement on how we're doing related to that.
I think that's fine with, the policy requires an annual review anyway.
So we could use
that
the
would be
annual
the
review
KPI.
to link in here. And then the final one in this goal related to measuring the school program, and I think it relates to 9.7 here. What I would offer is that in this KPI, the first KPI, number of residents, businesses who participate in the town's environmental programs, I think we could have that as a subsection of that KPI rather than add a new one. And then in goal 10, which is the last goal, there was a question about or comment about this first one. So align CIP for community parks with approved master plans with the following prioritization. And these are just the ones that we think we need to focus on. They're not listed in any order. So we could, with the following priorities instead of just say with the following priorities to know that these are all priorities, if that works. And then the final comment was related to a KPI to measure the usage of parks. Thought a lot about that. I'm not sure exactly how we would be able to measure that. And I don't want to.
Isn't that somewhat provided to us through the rec association as they tell us usage?
Well, I know for like anything that they program, whether it's reserved or the programs that they provide, but I think if you built a park and try to measure daily usage and, even Placer AI, which can measure cell phones, you got a bunch of kids and I just don't know how easy it would be to measure that. So my recommendation would be to let your Island Rec Association give you updates on programming. And our facilities team can provide based on some other operational items.
Okay, any other comments on that, real quick? Okay. Sean, does that conclude?
That is other than the last page, sir, that is the entire plan and.
Okay, awesome. So at this time, anybody have a motion?
I move adoption of the plan as amended during this meeting.
Second.
And adoption of the resolution which does that.
Okay, so we've got a first and a second. Is there anybody that signed up to speak on this agenda item, Kim?
Mayor, can I
Yes.
just do one more thing?
Yeah,
I know we're pressed for
absolutely.
time. Is it okay? Let me just show you something. I'm trying to figure out where the heck it is, huh? Give me just 1 second, if you would. I did just want to show just V1 of the dashboard, and we can spend literally 2 or 3 minutes on it. So in concert with developing the plan, we've been working with our GIS team to put together this hub and then the dashboard. And so here's basically the homepage, talks a little bit about the strategic action plan. With the adopted plan, once you take action tonight, the PDF version will be available right here by this link. And then it's organized by the goals that you've included in your plan. And we'll use this one. So if you click on that first tile, which is your number 1 goal, we've got the goal statement, we've got the strategy, and we're going to clean up a little bit of the font and everything, but it shows your action items. You've got 9 within this goal. And then there's a link here for the action items and the progress. So this will look a little different when we bring it forward, but it'll talk about the year it was programmed. It's in progress. It's not started in progress, ongoing, or complete. And then it'll have the project manager provide updates monthly so that everyone can look and see where we're at. And then down here, we've got a list of the things we're measuring toward that goal, and will be a benefit really at year end as we're kind of reporting back on ourselves. And then a little more internal, but we're going to refine this a little bit. There is a dashboard that shows all of the action items and the KPIs based on goal, and a lot of the same underlying information. This will be great for our team. We're going to move KPIs off and really focus on action and progress. But we will have this updated very soon once council adopts this plan, and we can make sure it meets the final language and order that you've put together.
Okay.
So I apologize for not doing that before you called for public comment.
Thank you. All right, Kim, do we have anybody signed up on this agenda item?
We have 4.
Okay.
Let me pull my slide up. Okay, Richard Beasy.
Good afternoon, Richard Busy, Indigo Run. Your number one goal in your strategic action plan is to protect island character through managing growth. And your number one action item listed in that document before you today is to assess adoption of a moratorium limited to timeshares, short-term rentals, and major subdivisions. At your June workshop, which I attended, town staff was directed to prepare a moratorium ordinance for consideration at today's meeting. Exempt would be Gullah-owned property, and yet no such ordinance is on your agenda today. A moratorium to begin to manage growth may be one of the few issues the majority of island residents agree on. I posted this information on Nextdoor days after your June workshop, and the response was overwhelming. Hundreds of responses. I want to share with you some of those responses, and we'll read them as time permits. Enough already. The island's infrastructure is already overloaded. I support a moratorium across the board. We asked for a moratorium back in January 23. We were promised then that protections would be put in place for overdevelopment in 6 to 9 months. We're still waiting. The Gullah at this point should not get special allowances. We should all be on a level playing field. To allow that in the code would leave us open for huge legal problems down the road. Hilton Head is a small island. Our land is limited. Our roads are full. Our resources are stretched. If the town decides for a moratorium to protect what is left, then everyone should be part of that effort. We were promised a full LMO review rewrite over 2 years ago. In lieu of a moratorium, we still don't have an LMO rewrite. Instead, we've been trying to fly a plane called the Town of Hilton Head Island while working on a failing engine during a flight. No one group or community should be above the rules, one set of rules for everyone, every community. We can put in place extra protections to prevent development of the island's cultural history and put a moratorium on new development at the same time. No more anything, the parking lot is full. I support a total moratorium. The island has already been overbuilt. Charles Fraser must be rolling over in his grave. As you can see, residents are pretty vocal on this issue, but at the rate the town is moving, it's going to be years before any moratorium is put in place. And some would argue, quite frankly, I happen to be one of those, that it's probably already too late. Managing growth has been a hot button issue for years now, and so little has been done. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bissey.
Steve Birdwell.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Birdwell, the president of the Sea Pines Resort. I want to make a few comments regarding the strategic plan. First, I want to thank and congratulate Town Council, Mark, along with Sean and senior management for their preparing the plan. I think it's very well prepared and presented, and it will serve as a great guide over the next few years. Regarding goal number 3, enhancing major corridors, it's good to see the action plan to continue to advance the Gateway Corridor. As you know, this has been a very long process, but we have to stay on this with our state and with the county because our morning and afternoon commutes are unbearable for our island workforce, and we have to find solutions for them. Also, it's great to see Seapine Circle as a high priority item. As you know, the circle is backed up in all 4 quadrants in many times of the year, and we need to find solutions to that traffic as well. This is another road that will require some coordination with South Carolina DOT, LATS, Beaufort County, and of course, Seapine CSA. My third comment relates to action item 1.1, assess adoption of a moratorium on short-term rentals. A moratorium on short-term rentals would send a very negative message to our island visitors. It would likely impact property values in many areas, and it would greatly impact island businesses. We need to continue to embrace our visitors, warmly welcome them onto our island paradise. They make possible all of our great restaurant choices. They support all of our island businesses, our retail stores, our shopping centers, golf courses, tennis and pickleball centers, our water sport activities, our arts center and our arts community, and all of our events, outdoor activities, including the RBC Heritage. We realized that there was a post-COVID spike in occupancy for several years. The occupancy in those years, it taxed our roadways. It was difficult on our infrastructure. But occupancy has declined in the past 2 years. And this year, we're seeing another decline in room nights. So, and I'm sure everyone's noticed, there are fewer cars on our roads, there are fewer visitors here this year, including this week. So please don't overreact to the spike in the island head in the post-COVID years. We'd like to see this action removed from the plan, but if it remains, it will require thoughtful discussion and engagement from all stakeholders that would be impacted by this moratorium. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Birdwell.
Drew Brown.
Thank you. My name is Drew Brown. I'm with a managing partner and co-founder of Island Time Hilton Head, a vacation rental company. I am a resident of Hilton Head Island, Hilton Head Plantation. And I wanted to speak also on the assessment in the strategic plan. Do like the way the plan is laid out. I think that there are many positives. I think that it can serve as a really great guide. I think that the way that this got out from today's messaging, as you guys said, there was some concern about our responses and or comments. You understand that it is an extremely hot button issue. I think that part of that assessment really needs to be a glimpse of, we have now today all, and thank you, Mr. Brown, for talking about the supports versus enhancing. Very big deal to us in the business community. But we've said that we're at capacity. We are not at capacity. We are actually down in occupancy. I could be happy to share any of those numbers with anyone on council, anyone. An undeniable fact that capacity is down. We've talked about districting. We know that that is a plan that can help these communities decide what they want to do. And we're not doing it. The LMO rewrite is not done, and that is also a tool for which we can, in our communities, decide what we want to do, the residents of those portions of the community. But we want to talk about possibly assessing a moratorium that could have massive legal, tax, ATAX, guys, ATAX dollars. This room says, oh, there's gasps, we're full. You know what happens when there's 17,000 less guests on Hilton Head? Do you know how much that hurts the businesses? That's a small percentage weekly that we're seeing of the number of people that are less coming to the island. So we need to be concerned about when these conversations come up, because this is the reaction. You see this reaction from your community. It doesn't need to happen. We as business community members live here. We employ people that live here. We want to be able to have great experiences that we provide for our visitors. But we forget that a lot of the people that come here have been coming here for so long that when we go and change things, we've now got STR ordinances, it's working. You know, we've got other things that have been put in play. They work. But as we continue to make changes, are we really gonna think about, and we need to make changes to keep our residents and make our residents happy. But we can never forget that all of this is based on the people that come across that bridge. And that's something that I think gets lost a lot of the time.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Beth Petro.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Beth Petro with Beachside Getaway, a 37-year resident. I did not print this on purpose. I went to the website on Friday when I knew the agenda would be posted and asked my computer to print the agenda. I accidentally did packet. But this is the timeline that I'm sure you, as well as we, had to digest everything that was going to be happening in today's meeting between Friday and Tuesday. Is there any possible way to get some of this released to us prior than just a few days before the actual meeting? I came here to speak on the strategic action plan, and while I appreciate these goals, I know that these are all very big topics, but I do resonate with some of the comments that were made. We still have not completed most of the 2023 to 2025 strategic action plan. Not even talking about short-term rentals, which I'll get to, but things like the parks, the master plan for the parks. I was involved deeply with the Crossings Park master plan and revision of that, and that was supposed to be completed in 25, and now it's been bumped back to 28. I understand there's much more important topics of those, but if we keep neglecting and not finishing the projects in front of us and move on to new projects, we are never going to complete anything, and excellence will be nothing that we can even remotely come back to achieve. As far as a moratorium, I don't want to beat a dead horse. I think that the comments have been made, but it's obviously an extremely sensitive word, and seeing it within the agenda without more conversation just between June 24th and today was a little jarring, as you heard from other people. It will definitely have legal ramifications, and I'm happy to hear Mr. Alford say that it could very well affect property rights. So that is encouraging to see. Finally, I'll say this, in terms of support versus enhance, it's a silly little thing, but just a quick AI Google search, magnify, sure, that's probably under your definition, Tamara, of something, but other words that are very similar, augment, strengthen, refine. They don't have to be so jarring that enhance versus support takes it into play. So please consider that as we decide where we're going forward. I do understand that the moratorium was not going to be voted on today per se, but even if this strategic action plan does come into place, that's a very strong word with very little detail to back it up. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all.
That's all, okay. All right, so we have a motion on the table by Ms. Bryson, seconded by Ms. Becker, to accept the strategic action plan with the noted changes during our discussion. Any other discussion?
That was by adoption of the resolution.
By adoption of the resolution. So those,
Just quickly,
Sorry.
I do like refine as a word, so thank you for that suggestion, Beth. And I also wanted to take a moment and congratulate Sean, Colin, Sean Lighton, obviously, and Mark, the entire staff for a job well done. I know, Sean, how hard you worked on this, and I appreciate the attention to the details and the conversations that we've all had with you and with staff to get it to this point. Is it perfect? No. I hope we highlight, as I said in the beginning, the language at the beginning, so that the rest of it is just not shiny objects that we're putting a stamp on as finished, but that we're really creating a quality environment for our residents, quality of life, et cetera, and a positive experience for our visitors.
Well, thank you. It's a testament and council, town manager and his team working together and putting together something we're all proud of. So thank you.
Absolutely. All right, so any other comments? Seeing none, we've got the first by Ms. Bryson, second by Ms. Becker. Pass the resolution as amended during our discussion. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved 7-0. All right, next on the agenda, we have a resolution to adopt an accommodations tax grant policy, process update and allocation of funds procedure. This was presented to Finance Administrative Committee on June 26th and was voted to forward to council with a recommendation for approval. Sean, you again.
Thank you, Mayor. That's great. We had me up for 3 in a row, and then my counterpart gets to do, I think, 4. I'll move through this pretty quickly. So this is a comprehensive, it's a comprehensive South Carolina ATAX fund document to include the application process, state requirements, and then really focusing on a funding distribution consideration, a policy from town council. And so a lot of this has been in different places, right? It's been in state code. It's been in applications that we've developed or checklists. This puts everything in one place to help accomplish some goals. One is to have the comprehensive policy here in one place so that staff, so that council, so that committees, whether you're on the ATAC committee, the Finance and Administrative Committee, or whatever the name of that committee has in the future, and town council understand what the roles are, what the requirements are, what has to be done, and what discretionary options are part of this program. So this all came about because in January 2025, council asked staff to put this together. And so we've got it. I've talked a little bit about the purpose there. I'm going to walk through this pretty quickly, but in section 2, there's an overview of the South Carolina accommodations tax language. And so we've got the sections cited here where this comes from out of state code. And it's in Title 12, Chapter 36, and these subsections. But basically, what happens at the state level, they establish a 2% state accommodations tax. They define it has to be used for tourism-related expenditures. If you receive more than $50,000, then there's provisions there. You have to appoint an ATAC committee. And we currently proposing to generate about over $12 million in ATAC this year. It includes eligible uses and restrictions of the funds. There's a requirement with a new provision related to using funds for housing. I know that that's going to be a major point of discussion here in a little bit. That you have a housing impact analysis. We had one, council adopted it in April of 2024, and that was done in advance of providing some ATAX, state ATAX funds to the CCDC and Habitat for Humanity. And then the state, there's a Tourism Expenditure Review Committee, TURC, that serves as oversight to make sure that we're meeting all those provisions in the state code. So permitted uses of funds, I won't read all of them, but they're really tourism related, but it could be infrastructure to support tourism, and then this new provision to include workforce housing, as in tourism economies, they understand housing for workforce supports tourism. In section 3, the ATAX grant program as it relates to Hilton Head Island. And this is where it outlines the application process and then the review from the different bodies. So it's the requirements from the applicant and then how it moves through the review to reach a recommendation. And so you can see what the application is required to submit. Upon submitting the application, a detailed project description, budgets, the projected impact on tourism, their marketing and outreach, if they've been a past applicant or not, and then proof of nonprofit status. So there's a submission timeline. Generally, they typically open in August and with deadlines in September. And then the review period this year will run through into December. But as a recommendation from committee is to conclude that in October, especially when we have years where there's election of council members, so that we don't lose sort of continuity and have different council members review final awards. So moving forward with adoption of this policy, it would apply in 26 and going forward to reach that decision point and to come to council in November for action. Okay?
I ask,
Yes, ma'am.
should we ask of going along, or what do you want to do here?
I'd like for him to go through this and then ask at the end if we could.
Okay, we can do that.
Thank you.
The specific calendar is listed here, but August 4th through September 5th, and then final awards by council December 9th. So what happens upon submission of completed applications? Town staff starts the process by reviewing to make sure that it's thorough and meets all the requirements for eligibility. Complies with the sections of code that I mentioned before. It looks to see if this applicant is duplicating town services or existing efforts. Is someone already doing this in the community? In alignment with the town strategic action plan. See how we put it right after your adoption? So it's a great segue. Accommodations Tax Advisory Committee, your appointed committee. They interview the applicants and stakeholders. But the committee's made up of folks from hospitality, lodging, and tourism sectors. They review the applications and they ask questions of applicants to be able to make a recommendation that moves on to our town council finance administrative committee. But they score and rank them and then make recommendations. The next step goes to the finance and administrative committee for review. And so that committee of council reviews the recommendations from ATAX. They look at alignment with the town budget policies and goals. And then the committee can make recommendations based on ATAC committee recommendations and adjust their recommendations as they come forward to town council. And so historically, we have had the applicant request, the ATAC committee recommendation, we will have the finance and administrative committee recommendation, and then town council, which makes the final decision. And then we track that whole process. And then it moves forward to town council for review and final decision. And so with that, we forward that information to town council. Town council holds a meeting to deliberate and to take action. And then there's a final grant awards approved by a majority vote. And there's a little bit more detail on the process that council would use when there's consensus and when there's not consensus. So evaluation criteria used for funding decisions, again, they're listed here. They're all related to the eligibility requirements to make sure that we are meeting the state requirements and are consistent in our award. And so then post-award requirements, what happens once council takes their final action? Town staff distributes award letters to applicants receiving awards. They initiate grant agreements and then processes disbursement requests based on receipts submitted and then verified they're meeting the grant agreement provisions and are eligible for reimbursement. And then grantees, right, they've entered that formal agreement that we send out with the town. They submit regular progress reports and then a final outcome report. They maintain all documentation and they submit documentation to request reimbursements that again verified by staff and then processed. And then they also must return unused or any misused funds. Okay. So a little bit more detail on the town council voting and approval process. But I'll run through this. So once it reaches town council, the recommendations appear on the agenda. They include the award list, the committee summaries, and the support documentation for each of the applications, and the recommendation that came from the two review bodies. Town council, ATAX chair presents those recommendations along with the finance director. Town council members can ask questions of the ATAC chair or applicants if they're there. And then discussion about priorities, potential funding, or request any additional information. So as you go through and review, and I don't know how many we have, 20, let's say 25 different applications. If you agree on 20, you could move forward those collectively and then focus on the ones where you don't have any alignment or you don't have alignment finalized. So you can approve as submitted. Let's say 1 out of 100, you like everything as submitted, you go approve the whole thing as submitted. As I mentioned before, you can do a partial approval of those where there's consensus. And then you go forward and deliberate those where there's not, and take action on each one individually if you choose. And then rejection or deferral, and this was a point of clarification at the committee level. If, town council may reject or they may request additional a revised recommendation from the ATAC committee related to that application. So you could ask the ATAC committee to go back with the applicant and see if they would consider a revised request. And then you may also obviously defer to a later meeting if you don't have everything you need for, let's say, a few of the applications you're considering. And then procedure for vote, roll call by the town clerk, majority vote required for passage, so 4 or more. And then the results will be recorded in the official minutes. And then one request that was made at the committee was to make sure that we have that matrix that shows request, recommendation by ATAC, recommendation by FNA committee, and then the final award recommendation by town council, so that that's clear in the minutes, how it moved through that process and where the final award ended up. Section 7 talks about the temporary provision that is in place until December of 2030, unless the state legislature decides to extend it. But it allows the use of state accommodations tax toward workforce housing. And it allows up to 15%. And as I mentioned before, in order to be able to use it, you need to have that housing impact analysis done, which we have done and adopted back in April of 2024. Expires in 2030. You have to execute all commitments with the funding if you choose to use this for housing by that time frame. And then, like all the others, you have to track expenditures and ensure compliance. Moving on to section 9, when we get into the projected revenues and distribution policy. I know we're going to have some deeper discussion in this section. Mayor, if we want to take any questions on section 1 through 8, I'd be happy to do that, and then we can focus our efforts going forward on the next section.
After 1 through 8.
So just some language back on your page 3. Application requirements. I really feel strongly that the applicants shall submit, not must submit. We should be expecting no different from all, and so I think must should be changed to shall. And then under their budget and specific funding request, I want to make sure that that budget is directly related to the funding request, not their overall organization budget, but the specific budget for how they're going to use the funds requesting.
Yeah, I think so. The applicants, the organizations, they will submit their complete budget to include the amount they're requesting in accommodations tax grant awards. So they may have a $1 million budget, but ask for $50,000 of state ATAX accommodations through the town process with town council approval. So it's full budget.
Do we see how those 50, in your example, the 50,000 is applied within their budget, or is it just?
Yeah, as part of this, so the budget and one of the second part of that, and specific funding requests, they have to show how they're using the state accommodations tax money, the grant award, to generate increase or improved delivery of tourism and to help generate additional ATAX funds. So they have to say exactly what they're using the grant money. Yes.
Okay. I just don't want to get that money lost within their bigger budget. So those specifics would be, and also under Section B, applications typically open in August with deadlines in early September. Is there multiple deadlines or one deadline? Is that just a typo with the S, or?
I mean, we'll remove the S, but it's.
Sean, I think you could add some clarity too by just looking at this year's schedule below, right? August.
Right, I see it in there, but I just want to make sure that there's no one who comes back and says, well, I thought that my deadline was different than somebody else's. On page 4, the Accommodations Tax Advisory Committee, do we get a overall, so reviews applications and may request presentations? I'm just confused why there's an option to make a presentation. It seems to me that everyone who's interested in taking grant money under the ATAX should be here and making a presentation and not optional. Makes sense for them to do it, obviously, but I think that strongly that everyone who's interested in taking our money should put in the effort to show up and say why and answer questions. So that's another, and so under the evaluation criteria, I assume, and I saw in other documents, there's a rubric that's used to score. And so what happens under post-award requirements when you submit a regular progress and final outcome report? What if somewhere along that line, the targets in their application aren't being met? What are we doing? Is there anything, anyone held accountable? Is there another discussion, or do we just wait till the end to find out that targets weren't met and the program was unsuccessful?
So, I mean, we don't monitor and track each individual's organization. What we do is when they submit requests for reimbursement, they have to match what the grant, the agreement was upon the award of, what that comes with the award of the money. Mm-hmm. And so, as long as they're using the funds for what the organization said they were going to use the funds for, we'll ensure compliance there.
I'm just questioning, not to cut you off, I know that the mayor's anxious and wants to, and we all are, but on page 4, it says grantees must submit regular progress and final outcome reports. So in those regular progress reports, that's where my question is. If the regular progress report doesn't demonstrate that goals are being met, et cetera.
Yeah, I think it's just progress toward utilization of the grant. Based on what they applied for.
That they're spending money, not
Yes.
necessarily that they're achieving anything. So just want to highlight some of the issues that I think we have in this document. Page 5, the deliberation procedures. Again, town council members may ask questions of staff, the ATAC chair, or applicants if present. I would imagine it would behoove all of them to show up and to make sure that they're doing their best to convince us that they should receive those dollars. Town council may reject and request, down on number 3, a revised recommendation from ATAC. I'm a little bit confused. Is that on a specific item? Or that's not the entirety of the submission, right? That's just on a specific item.
So if there's an application or a recommendation for an award to an applicant, and town council would like, whether it's additional information or clarity, they can ask the ATAC chair to work with the applicant to to see if they could bring back a revised information to council.
Kind of a good reason to show up, right? So that we can ask those questions in person, rather than holding up the whole process. And then, was number 8 included in in our conversation here, or is that for the next,
Yes, 1 through 8. was
1 through
included.
8, okay. And then so, before I get to number 8, though, as that is the biggest hot button, was this submitted through the ATAC committee for their review and approval?
So it was a great question, and it came up during our Finance Administrative Committee. Our approach, based on council asking the manager and staff to bring forward a policy, the request came from January 2025. We want town council's direction. So let's be clear about the state requirements, right? We don't have flexibility over that unless we want to be in trouble with that Turk, that committee. So it's to bring forward the requirements of the state law, our process as we have known it and can improve it and put it in one place. So we want to get town council's direction and position. And then we do have a meeting scheduled coming up later this month with the full ATAC committee to go through this policy. I did meet with some folks in finance along with John Farrell, who is the vice chair, and right now without a chairman of that committee. We went through this policy with him yesterday. He thinks it is in the right direction, that it does provide clarity. And then even the fund distribution policy, which I don't want to open that door yet, but providing clarity so that everyone understands an expectation of percentage that is awarded for these grants would be of benefit, because that's a question that has come up historically at the ATAC committee. How much money do we have? How much money do we have? And so with a percentage and a budget projection, we know the target. So yes, we haven't talked with the full committee, plan to, but I've talked to the seated vice chair, acting as the leader of that group yesterday.
I'm fairly certain, and Curtis can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm fairly certain within the state statute that the accommodation tax committee has to receive it and review it and approve it along with us. That we may be informing them after the fact, but I'm not sure that complies with the rules. But I'll let Curtis look at that and give us a legal opinion on it. And I think that would be important, right? That we make sure that they are involved alongside of us as we're making these types of changes. So number 8 is the piece where we have Act 57. And it's...
That's coming next. That's 9.
So it's...
Is that 9?
No?
Yeah, so number 8 is really just laying out the opportunity for communities to take it, to utilize state ATAX funds toward workforce housing.
Yeah.
It's just saying that this is what created that opportunity. We haven't got into the distribution yet. That's, I think, section 9.
Section 8, and it's, so even though Act 57 gives municipalities the option of using up to 15% of the accommodation tax for housing, there are a number of questions, and while I'm sure that we have addressed all of the requirements, though I'm not sure that our analysis and housing analysis, impact analysis actually is up to date and provides the type of information. I believe when it was presented to us, I made the same comments and I voted no with accepting that document because I'm not sure it does what it is intended to do. So having said that, I'm going to see if I should do this now, or why don't we, in the interest of time, why don't we move on to what is number 9?
Well, let's go, first of all, see if any other council members have.
Well, I'm just from my perspective,
Yeah.
okay? I'm not talking
Right.
for anyone else.
Okay, so 1 through 8, any other questions, comments, concerns? Bryson?
Just a couple of quick nits to make sure that I didn't miss them as you went through them. Apologize. I was trying to follow you all the way. Roman numeral 3, I've got an older copy, it was page 3. One about the timing.
Can you pull your microphone a little bit closer?
Sure,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
And actually, if I might do this, I was watching a meeting the other day and noticed that it was very difficult to hear people, so be certain that you speak into your microphone, please.
Sure, I'll try again.
Thank you.
So, Roman numeral 3, I think it's page 3, it has to do with submission timeline. Yes, here we go. So that's the one that I was concerned about. And we've got the schedule for this year, which is, it's confusing because it's FY '26, which is 25-26. But anyhow, town council approval occurs November before the start of the new fiscal year. So I think that corrects what I was concerned about due to election. I just wanted to make sure that we had that date in there. And then if you'll go to the next page, which is Roman numeral 4B, the committee members, it says include stakeholders from hospitality, lodging, and tourism sectors. And I had written a note, I think I mentioned this at the Finance Administrative Committee meeting, I wrote it later, cultural organizations. So I think we need to change that language exactly the way it reads in our code about membership. And I think it says hospitality industry, including at least 2 from lodging and 1 from cultural organizations. So if we could just correct that so it reflects accurately what we're requiring.
And that's not from our code, that's from the state statute.
Yeah, I just quickly look at our code, assuming it was from the state statute. Whatever the state statute says is what I'm saying we ought to include there instead of some general language which is not reflective of the committee. That's it, Mayor.
And on that item, the resolution that we're asking you to adopt, the attachment to the resolution, and I'll point this out, that item says include stakeholders from hospitality, lodging, and cultural sectors.
Okay.
Any other?
Question, are we going to go through the grant application and the other documents that were provided to us? Were there changes there that we should make sure we're going through here before we?
Were there any changes made to the application itself?
No, sir, just in line with what we have outlined here. I wouldn't go through the full time, unless council wants to, the full timeline, the application, or even the rubric, which is a guide, just to help with decision-making at the committee level. I think we want to cover this and really talk about that fund distribution consideration that council would adopt as policy.
Okay. Other comments from council? All right, then let's move on.
All right, section 9. So we've included in this staff report, and then within the policy document, the projected revenues and distribution policy for consideration. And so we put in fiscal year 26 revenues, so you could understand the actual net dollar impacts of each of these percent considerations. The projected revenues from South Carolina ATAX in fiscal 26 are $12.354522 million. And we've got a recommended distribution policy from the Finance Administrative Committee as follows. As background information to help make that decision, we provided the historical revenue trends from fiscal 19 through fiscal 25, along with the projected 26. And to reach a initial point for discussion. And so let me point out that the South Carolina accommodations tax, we generate more than $50,000. We've been put in a committee. And so there is required distribution of those funds per state code, and they're listed here in this second column. The first $25,000 have to go to town's general fund, okay? Then 5% of additional revenues go into the town's general fund. Then the next 30% are awarded to the town's designated marketing organization. And so there is 35% plus the 25,000 that are required distributions, okay? That's awarded or taken off first, okay? Then proposed distributions, and where we have utilized these funds in the past, include these categories here. So let's not focus on the top three, but we have the ATAX grant awards. We have additional funds toward the funding toward general fund in support of tourism operating expenses, funding toward the capital improvement program, and then the housing program for workforce housing as it supports tourism-based economies. So what went forward to the town council committee was a recommendation that included a ATAX at 30% and CIP at 10. The recommendation from the committee was to move 3% from the CIP to the ATAX. So ATAX went from 30 to 33. CIP, Capital Improvement Program, went from 10 to 7. So this represents the committee's recommendation. Where there was not consensus of the three committee members was around an distribution related to housing, workforce housing. And so we had a recommendation of 0. We had a recommendation of maintaining the 5% that was presented. And then we had a recommendation that was, or a suggestion, right, from each member, 0, 5, and 8%. And rather than spend a lot of time, the recommendation was to advance this distribution recommendation to full town council and have town council make a recommendation on whether or not housing is part of ATAX funding distribution, and if so, make a recommendation on the percent award. And based on that, it may impact one of these other numbers. And so that's where we're at with the distribution policy. I'd like to hear council's members' input on really the housing, which would drive, the housing percentage, which would drive other considerations.
Okay, so first of all, is there a motion on the table? Because we need to have the motion in the second to begin that full discussion.
Move approval.
Of what?
Yeah. 5%.
5%.
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we've got a motion by Mr. Alfred, second by Mr. Brown, with the 5% allocation. So, Kim, has anybody signed up to speak on this agenda item?
Yes. Lori Wellinghoff is our first one. Okay. Lane Lotz.
Mr. Potts, come on up. And remember to state your name and address, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Blaine Lotz, and I live in HHP. I'm urging you to use the full 15% ATAX allowed allotment for workforce or affordable housing. If 5% of ATAX amounts to about $600,000, then my somewhat shaky understanding of math tells me that 15% would be about $1.8 million of the estimated total Hilton Head Island might receive of $12.3 million. But regardless of my math inadequacies, 15% would go a long way in providing necessary infrastructure required in any affordable housing construction. You've heard me speak before as an advocate for using the Habitat for Humanity business model for affordable home building. And by the way, I'm representing myself, not Habitat for Humanity. Some land already owned has and can be provided by the town. Currently unoccupied or derelict commercial buildings could be rehabbed and reconfigured into condos. Habitat can offer building plans for single-family or townhouse-type houses, along with some volunteer construction workers, supplemented by professional roofers, plumbers, and electricians, either on a pro bono or a reduced cost basis. Imagine what community spirit would be developed through such efforts. Infrastructure costs, purchase of those available commercial units, and supplements to developers could come from ATAX dollars. Working with Habitat for Humanity for many years and negotiating with developers throughout Beaufort and Jasper counties has told me, unfortunately, that you're not going to get a lot of free or partial support from developers. My thanks and congratulations to those who do have that necessary community spirit. A personal comment in closing. As a longtime active duty airman, my wife and I have lived in numerous different areas in the United States. As our retirement home for the past 20 years, Hilton Head Island is the best community in which we have ever lived. Let's help make it that way for those who support us in so many ways, but so far only have the dream of home ownership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watts. Please.
Sorry. Micah Cooper Bailey. Bailey. Okay. Renee Roth.
Renee Roth, Port Royal. Council, Mayor, Mr. Orlando, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here today to speak about your support for the ATAX dollars for workforce housing. I've spoken to you before about my support for workforce housing. It is important for all of us who live on Hilton Head to have people live and work here so that we can have the kind of life we would like to have. We need nurses, nurses' aides, teachers, teachers' aides, firefighters, security people, hotel, restaurant staff, etc. If people are not paid enough to be able to live here, then they won't come here to work. The answer is to make it affordable for them to be able to live here. There are plenty of jobs elsewhere that they could take. Developers are not nonprofits. They are businesses who want to make a profit. They are not going to develop housing without help. It is important to have public-private partnerships and have organizations like CCDC and Habitat who are in the business to provide housing. I'm speaking today to support ATAX dollars going to housing. In fact, I would support budgeting from ATAX the maximum that law allows. That is not the suggestion you are putting forth today. Something is better than nothing. ATAX money comes from tourism, and tourists enjoy the same benefits that we do from local workers. Without workers, businesses will close and tourists won't come. I know many people think that would be a plus, but tourism is our economy, and it's what keeps us strong. Please do as much as you can as a council to support workforce housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gerald Burke. Gerald Burke. John Smarsley.
Hello again, I'll be very brief. I'm not really sure why the council believes that setting arbitrary percentages makes sense. I know the ATAC committee thinks that. That's their job. I'm not sure if this is to create some kind of slush fund in the future. Since workforce housing is now part of state ATAX, wouldn't it make more sense to just modify the committee rubric, including workforce housing component? This would allow potential applicants with the opportunity for even more ATAX money. It allows the current ATAX vetting process to flow normally, which leads to your final approval. You guys do the final approval. Now, I'm in opposition of using any ATAX money for workforce housing, and I believe in setting up arbitrary percentages will also harm all the potential future ATAX recipients. The Arts Center and many of the other nonprofits here that rely on the ATAX money. Eventually, you make the final decision, and it just seems like you're making more work for everyone here involved, and I think you should just let it fall and let the rubric handle itself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard Busy. Risa Prince.
I come before you yet again as the gap between workforce housing supply and demand continues to widen every month. Residents who already call this island home struggle to remain here, yet without public workforce housing support, our economy's future is at risk. The first step, in my mind, is pretty simple. Allow current residents, our essential workers, to continue living here. But island housing that's affordable for tourism, healthcare, service sector, and public service employees continues to vanish. As other speakers have said, local businesses are increasingly at risk, and I can't count how many people have urged council to invest in workforce housing during the years I've been doing it. Our 2022 workforce housing framework laid the groundwork for real progress. Local nonprofits, including CCDC and Habitat for Humanity, have demonstrated that they can efficiently leverage town-allocated funding to deliver homes for workers earning 30 to 120% of area median income. Hilton Head residents strongly advocated for using ATAX funds for workforce housing. Our community voice has been heard, and the legislature responded. In 2023, the General Assembly passed Act 57, allowing 15% of ATAX revenue to be used for housing. The model works, the funding mechanism has legislative approval, the public demand is clear, the grant and review process has been established. Now the decision comes to you. Will you stand with the people who live and work here? It's your turn to show leadership and represent your constituents. Vote yes to allocate ATAX funds for workforce housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Matt Misterocco. Margaret Johnson.
Good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to present my personal story in support of the proposal to have ATAX funds support workforce housing. My personal story is that when I moved to Hilton Head Island many years ago as a newly single mom with 2 active young boys, I would not have been able to remain here had I not had the opportunity to move into Silby Tub Apartments, which was affordable housing. That allowed me to concentrate on seeking employment and growing a career, which I have been successful and able to do, and I appreciate those opportunities. Without having the distraction of where will I live and how will I support my family, I was able to become engaged in the community. I've been able to be a member of several boards and commissions, including being on the 3rd Leadership Hilton Head class, including I just came off a 3-year term of the Accommodation Tax Committee. And so I submit that my trajectory and the growth of my career started with the ability to be here at all. And it started with affordable housing. So my story is not an exception. I believe it's an example of what happens when we look at the people perspective. So regardless of the laws and the dollar amount, if we could focus on the people who would inhabit the houses, is not so much the bricks and mortar, but the lives of the people that could be impacted by the provision of affordable housing so that we can then grow our careers and actively contribute to Hilton Head. We can actively contribute by being engaged without the distractions of where can I live, without the distractions of having to worry about a 2-hour commute possibly to get here and then to return home, to be able to actively contribute to our community and then engage successfully with the tourists so that we can be perceived as a people-friendly place. And so I guess in summary, I'm saying people matter. So please use that in your consideration of affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve Birdwell.
Hello again. For the record, I'm Steve Birdwell, the president of the Sea Pines Resort. We're supportive of the proposal to use the ATAX dollars for workforce housing, including the 5% that's proposed. We all know that affordable housing is a major concern on our island and in our workforce. We're supportive of the town's efforts in workforce housing, and of course, we support this 5% allocation. We would be in favor of higher allocation as well, but we wouldn't want it to reduce the amounts available to ATAX grants going to the nonprofit agencies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tracy Scarlin. I'm sorry, I can't. Okay.
Hi, I'm Tracy Sclaren. I live in Shelter Cove. This is my first ever board meeting. I don't really know what to do, but I am a teacher and I work with lots of people who could benefit from workforce housing. I also have a second job, as most teachers do, and I work at a hotel, which also has a lot of people who can benefit from workforce housing. So the people who could benefit, I think the last person who spoke said this beautifully, it's the people who I work with every day who would be here and be helping and doing the job they love without the long commute, with the more involved with their kids being here as well, instead of having to go so far to be at their kids' events. Just the people who I work with day after day who really are living paycheck to paycheck because they have to do so much to live here, or they have to travel so much and they're missing so much of their quality of life because they're traveling. It would just mean so much. The more you could give to that program would be delightful. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Mary Latimer Chung. Lou Bufano.
Good afternoon. My name is Lou Bufano. I live in Port Royal. You all have a very tough job, and I recognize that, and I do appreciate the dedication and commitment that you've made to do the work to help sustain our quality of life here. I support the use of as much of the ATAX money and other town funds, if available, as possible for the purpose of increasing the development of affordable workforce housing. Over the past 10 years, we have seen an incredible amount of growth on the other side of this island, on the mainland. That's a reality we have to deal with, and it's going to continue to increase. Workers have a disincentivization to come across that bridge as a result of that. The affordability on this island also makes it very difficult for those folks to live here. There's not just one solution to this, of course. Pay, mass transit options, but workforce housing is essential, and all of those are required to facilitate getting workers here to support the businesses that we have. And it requires all of the stakeholders to work together to fund the initiatives that create an affordable quality housing and to incentivize folks to come across that bridge. The town, the state, the business community, developers, the nonprofits, and all taxpayers, both the residents as well as our visitors, need to work together to provide the resources, the land, and the materials to increase the available labor pool needed to adequately support the businesses of our island and sustain our quality of life. The state has authorized 15% of ATAX for workforce housing. Please use all of it. I mean, any amount is good. 5% is better than nothing. But all of you know that that is anything less than the full amount, and even that is not nearly enough to get the job done. It's time that we all stepped up and worked diligently to fix this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sal-Dan Lee.
Hello. Recently, I took a trip to the Caribbean and witnessed the quest for affordable housing clashing with the rising tides of tourism. I run a regression model, and I can tell you the R-square, indicates a high correlation between tourism and the demand for workers and housing. In San Juan, Puerto Rico, 25,000 workers serve the needs of more than 3 million annual tourists. The government championed mixed income communities, blending the rich and the poor, yet the initiative crumbled. Affluent residents migrate to wealthier districts, leaving the less fortunate without the housing subsidies from the well-to-dos. Across the sea to Bermuda, we find a different approach. With 6,000 low-wage workers catering to the 650,000 tourists, the government provides subsidized housing for essential workers. A policy also prohibits non-residents from purchasing homes below $2.35 million, preserving local housing stock. Nevertheless, the average price of $1.2 million continued to overshadow incomes, demonstrating that even robust policies cannot fully conquer market forces. In St. Bart's, 200,000 high-end visitors come to enjoy the exclusive resorts and restaurants, supported by 3,500 service workers. Strict zoning and environmental regulations limit large-scale developments, preserving the island's low-density charm. Businesses bear the responsibility for housing their workforce in dormitory-style accommodation. The question remains, how long can this paradise resist the encroachment of mass tourism? This island shares a story. While tourism elevates economies, it erodes the quality of life for residents, leaving affordable housing scarce for workers. Here at home, with a population of 33,000, more than 17,000 workers, roughly 2 residents per worker are needed to serve 3 million tourists. Businesses complain about labor shortages and the lack of affordable housing, yet over the last decades, the number of restaurants have surged from 180 to over 300. The reality is that the council has elected no meaningful policies to manage the growth of tourism and tourism-related industries, with the town's budget growing from 79 million to 179 million in 5 years. The island is becoming increasingly reliant on tourist dollars to stay afloat. As a result, residents are becoming hostages to the insatiable demand for workers and high-density housing. Stop using ATAX money to sustain unsustainable growth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joan Campbell.
Hi, my name's Joan Campbell. I live in Sea Pines. Now that our local state representatives have worked to make it possible to use ATAX funds towards workforce housing, let's make good use of those funds. This income comes from visitors to our island who enjoy a taste of the place we call home. The workers who make their stay enjoyable and the ones that support us as residents need to have affordable housing available. I have seen the conditions that some of our workers live in, and we can and should do better than that. Let's have a 7-0 vote to support public-private partnership for affordable workforce housing possible with tourist dollars. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kenneth Campbell. Kenneth Campbell. Carlton Dallas.
Thank you, and it's a pleasure to be before the mayor, the council, the town manager, and all the wonderful residents that are here today. My name is Carlton Dallas. I work in the business arena, 34 years in global petroleum. A lot of the places that one lady mentioned, Ms. Lee, having been there, I manage petroleum assets in those three locations. One of the things that I wanted to share is that this particular island, if you look at the real estate values going back between 7 and 8 years, some communities have almost doubled in the valuations. I did this research. So that means that people like us who have homes here have benefited exponentially almost. Workers, we have to pose a question, have their wages been raised commensurate with the increase in net worth here? So that means you get a shortage. And when you get a shortage, what ends up happening is your service levels decline. Now, this is not in a vacuum that happens. If you'll look what is happening, it's due to growth. Some of it's reshoring. Now, for those of you who know about the Hyundai plant that's on I-16 going to Atlanta, it is going to create $7.6 billion in economic value. It's going to employ 8,500 people. It is bringing 21 suppliers from South Korea to here. Those people are going to need to work. I also am fortunate to have access to a business segment on WHHI TV once a month. In the month of May, what I do is I research and say, what are the announcements for economic development? In the month of May, from Charleston to Savannah, the Low Country to the Coastal Empire, $600 million in investments, arrivals were announced for 1 month. So we have to see all this growth that's taking place around us. We do not want to be the donut in the hole in the donut, meaning that we're having challenges, having highly motivated people coming in that can work in our industry. In the school district, as our teacher said, we have to recruit and compete nationally. The school district has raised its average starting salary to $60,000 a year. The requirement for the state of South Carolina is $48,500. If you've seen Governor McMaster on his TV presentation a couple of weeks ago, he said when he started, this median salary, starting salary in South Carolina was $31,000. It's now $48,500. Even the school district at $60,000, we still lose people to Charleston because it's youthful and they have more activities there. So I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Martin Lush. Lynn Bullard.
Hello, Lynn Bullard from Hilton Head Plantation. I guess I'm going to be the devil's advocate here. ATAX for workforce housing occupants. We are in uncharted waters here. So what's the plan? What does ATAX for housing occupancy mean? Who will be covered and what professions? As ATAX is tourism related. Will we be placing workers in converted motel rooms or buying condos and deed them to nonprofits for ownership to rent out? Or are we just becoming a government housing department? While vetting will be done, will your newly created housing chief cooperate with Sheriff Tanner and his 287Q public protection tool for citizens? We are living in very different times now. Just appropriating funds without defined regulations to spend money that could lead to taxpayers financing any deficits as tourism has been going down. Who will lose ATAX funding because of this 15% new spending? So will we be entering into the age of government funding high-density housing projects for this island? Only you can answer that question.
Thank you.
Claude Hicks.
Claude Hicks, Executive Director of Beaufort Jasper Housing Trust. Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mr. Orlando, thank you for the opportunity to support 15% allocation out of the ATAX funds.
Can you lift up your microphone a little bit?
Sure.
Thank you.
After doing this for 30 years, I can tell you that today it is harder than ever to develop workforce housing. The costs are extravagant. If you set 15% of your ATAX allocation, and I took all of it, it would amount to about 10% of the average cost of a workforce development, new construction in this area, anywhere in South Carolina, anywhere in the Southeast. We're talking about an issue here, whether it is called economic development, whether it's called housing, whether it's called doing the right thing. You should be applauded for some of the unique things that you are doing on this island with respect to workforce and affordable housing. But it's not enough. It's not enough. I would advocate and ask you to strongly consider the full 15% allocation out of your ATAX funds. Thank you.
Thank you.
D. Anthony.
Oh, I guess it's evening now. Good evening. My name is Dee Anthony. Excuse me. I'm a resident of Jonesville Road, Ward 1, and the Marshes District. No, the town should not be getting involved in government housing and government housing funding. Why not get down to the root cause, short-term rentals and how unbalanced they have become? According to town statistics, the Marshes District, in the Marshes District, 80% of the people participate in the local workforce. The community and neighborhoods make up the district include more full-time residents, lower median age, longer tenure, higher workforce participation. The Marshes District is primarily zoned residential with more than 2/3 of the land area designed to be RM4 or low to moderate density residential district. Real people, a workforce that repeatedly gets overlooked. Landscapers, doctors, business owners, servers, nurses, police officers, firefighters, school cafeteria workers, school bus drivers, school teachers, attorneys, contractors, plumbers, electricians, restaurant owners, boat captains, realtors, ironworks, logistics. These people are having their neighborhoods threatened by short-term rentals due to all the new high-density subdivisions that have been allowed. Think LMO change 2014. As the new subdivisions have been built, what are the restrictions on short-term rentals? Do they have any? No, they do not. The town should focus on what it has and the residential workforce I just listed. We're being ignored. It's like we don't exist. We need proper zoning to protect the current workforce. It's insulting to hear everyone talk about government workforce housing when the town simply ignores its current residential workforce. The town council and members want a workforce that lives on the island. Really? Stop ignoring us. We're amongst you. Our family residential neighborhoods were not meant to be a vacation destination. You're pushing the residents out. I feel like we're being pushed out and want to put back into 2-bedroom and a 210 square foot little unit. We are struggling to save our neighborhoods. Where people are struggling to find houses, we are struggling to keep our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dick Stewart.
John.
Curtis Barnwell.
For the record, my name is Thomas Curtis Barnwell III. Mr. Mayor and Town Council, Mr. Orlando, thank y'all for this opportunity to talk this evening. I didn't write anything to prepare anything. I'm just gonna come up and I'm talking from the heart. 15% is wonderful, but we need more than that. I'm all for this workforce housing. We need this. Now, you know what's funny to me, when people come to the island, because my family's been here for over 5 generations. My great-great-grandmother said you could get all the property you wanted for 2 chickens and a cow. That's all you need. 2 chickens and a cow. You get all the property you wanted. You could build, you could go wherever you want, you could do whatever you want. But people come now and they come and say, well, you know, we've been here and, oh, I've been here for 30 years and I've been here for 20 years and you know, I just love it. But they don't want to see anything change. But for people who want to come here, who work here, who don't have to come now because they can go to Bluffton, you know, they can stay out to Oakity, you know, and they don't have to come here to work, but they want to be here. They come here every day. When I was a small boy, we couldn't go past Calvary Baptist Church because the Bobcats was so bad, because there was nothing back there. But look what's back there now. Everybody's back there. Everybody want to go back there. You know, you go to Wexford, everybody want to go to Wexford. So ladies and gentlemen, what I'm saying is we need this for folks to be here. They want to be here. This is something that we need. And you talk about change, the wants of the many should not outweigh the wants of the few. Now, everybody that come here, like I said, they don't want it to change, but it changed when you came. So give somebody else the opportunity to come so they can enjoy some of this as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Linda Harrington.
Linda Harrington, Indigo Run. I want to read you something that I read on Facebook just this morning. It was posted 8 hours ago, and it references last week. It says, last week was our first and possibly last time here. We found it to be too crowded and insanely overpriced. Granted, there are a good number of restaurants to choose from, but they're teeming with people, unfriendly staff, and pricing through the roof. We usually go to a beach in North Carolina, and though it doesn't have as many dining options, the food is overall better, lower in cost, and you're gonna get a friendly server. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I have messages from Rebecca Jeffries, who wants to be added to no worker housing in any way. Any funds should be through private entities. She's also opposed to what they want to do on Marshland Road. Chuck Schwartz from Hilton Head Island just received an email asking for attendance at this meeting. He won't be able to be here because he's not in town. He can attend, but he wants to share a note. He's against the use of ATAX funds being used to support workforce housing and affordable housing. Hilton Head Island should not be in the business of housing. Period. We are not realtors. We don't belong building housing, and we already have a public-private affordable housing partnership. North Point. Everybody's forgetting we're already building. As a full-time resident, Dee Finnison said she's not in favor of using any government funding for any housing of any kind. Kathleen Redmond. Ray the resolution. I oppose the resolution to use ATAC funds for workforce and affordable housing and encourage you to vote against this. What I'd like to know is who suffers? How many budgets are cut for nonprofits that always got ATAX? Who's going to make the decision to say, you know what, you don't qualify this year? And as Ms. Anthony stated, there is plenty of workforce housing on this island. We had a big shortage during the pandemic. We couldn't get chlorine for our pools either. So the pandemic is over. People are coming in droves, and people are now complaining about the fact that this place is nothing but short-term rentals and far too crowded. So I leave you with that.
Thank you.
Mike Christensen.
Good evening, Mike Christensen, Palmetto Bay Marina Villas. Thank you for this opportunity. This is my first time here. Reason why is I'm self-employed. I'm a full-time worker, and for me to be here at this meeting going on 3 hours means that's money out of my pocket. So I come to you with a Bachelor of Science degree with a minor in education. The reason I bring that up is because I moved to this island 19 years ago. Upon moving here, I worked at a retail store, so I had the time to afford the opportunity to get a full-time job as a preschool director with 110 kids, working with a number of underpaid employees. I then went back to school, got my degree in massage therapy. Now I'm a self-employed business owner here. At that time, though, due to the not knowing if I was gonna make it, I worked as a server. I bring that up because I've worked with teachers. My mom is a full-time, year-round employee at the Hilton Head Education Center. She would like to have been here today, but she's at work taking care of the needs of the children. A few of the things that resonated is the difference between workforce housing, affordable housing, and resident housing. I am a resident here, I do work here, and I would like to have the hundreds, if not thousands of people that have worked in the restaurants with me, that have worked at the preschools, support the people that have full-time jobs as CEOs and project managers and et cetera jobs. Where do you think your kids go? And then they go to the education, as Tracy said here. Those teachers don't have enough money to pay for their overpriced housing. My mom's rent has gone up 37% in the last 4 years. She works her tail off to do what needs to be done so that she can work year-round as operations manager for the school to afford the opportunities for people to bring their kids to this island. We talk about, another woman spoke here earlier that said no to the Housing Act. I implore you to spend the full 15%. If we're gonna spend 30% advertising for bringing people in, another 20% on the amazing opportunities. And it was really informative to hear of some of the cultural things in the Gullah communities, what they've done, and I've seen it, and it's been wonderful to see the last few years. But the reality is a lot of us working force people, we don't get to go out there and enjoy and see that. My coworkers, they drive 2 hours in traffic. You talk about servers not being happy and friendly. We're the floating cruise ship. We have this great shows and entertainment and meals and all that stuff. And you know who's doing the work? The people in the slums that are below you that you don't want to think about, but you want them to serve you with a smile and to give you your food and then wonder why they're not having the money and the opportunity to have a nice place to live, to not worry about where they're going to move next. So I implore you to 15%, because I came here 20 years ago and worked at a retail shop and worked my butt off to get an opportunity to afford a house, but prices are also significantly less than. I had a 4-bedroom house in Sea Pines for $1,100. Good luck finding that. You can maybe get a garage. So thank you for your time, and I implore you to 15%.
Thank you.
Henry Brown. Henry Brown. That's all. That's all we have.
That's all. Okay, so we'll bring it back to council. And any discussion from council members? Bryson?
Thank
And
you.
just as a reminder, we've got a motion on the table from Mr. Alfred, seconded by Mr. Brown for the 5%.
So, first of all, I hear a lot from the community, and I hold community meetings, and I send out newsletters. And when we were looking at the strategic plan, I asked folks, you know, what are your priorities? Workforce housing was one of the top ones. And so I support workforce housing. I support the town supporting workforce housing. We already do it. I mean, someone mentioned North Point. Yes, we're involved in North Point. And other folks say, you know, I really like the Habitat model. Well, guess what? So do I. I've actually worked on a Habitat house before. And how would we provide money for Habitat projects if we don't use some of the ATAX funds? How would we provide opportunities for converting buildings if the developers who are doing that need funding for infrastructure? Where would we get the money from? We have an opportunity to use the ATAX money to do that. I also want to make sure that we support the nonprofit organizations who work in the tourism area, all those areas, the areas I mentioned by statute, and I want to protect those as well. That's why during the discussions of Finance Administrative Committee, we looked at the numbers over the years. Mr. Cullen mentioned that from 2019 up through 2024, what our numbers had been. And thanks to my colleague, Ms. Tunner, who actually did the mathematical calculations, because I was looking at them, assuming the staff had done it, and came up with, if you look at ATAX grants over the years, 31%, 39%, 16%. 7%, 36%, 33%, 30%. And so the recommendation from staff was 30%. But Ms. Tunner did the calculation, said actually it's 32.5%. And she also took out the COVID years so that we had, as I recall, Ms. Tunner, if I'm not doing your math right, tell me. And so recommended that we go to 33%, which I supported and still support. And we took that from the CIP number, which the staff had recommended 10%, now is 7%. As to the workforce housing portion, it's interesting that I heard a couple of people today say I support 15%, because actually, when I first looked at this, I said, we can have 15%, why not 15%? But I was getting some pushback from discussions of my colleagues here, and so I looked at the numbers, and I'm going like, okay, how long have we been doing this? And what have we done over the several years we've done? So the last 2 years, 1.1 million and 1 million. And the recommendation of 5% is $617,726. So I'm not the mathematician Ms. Tunner is, but I tried to do the best I could. And I look at what if it's, how do you get close to $1 million? So 8% is $987,641 based on the projected total amount of $12,345,522. 9% is $1,111,906.98. And I just did a calculation on 10%, which is even easy for me. So that's $12,354,522 based on, 1.2 million, based on the projection of 12,354,000. See, it's not even easy for me. At any rate, what I supported at the Finance Administrative Committee was somewhere between 8 and 9%, and I finally settled on 8% because we were at 0%, perhaps 5%, and I brought out, let's get close to $1 million. So, Mayor, based on that, I move to amend the motion to increase the percentage for workforce housing to 8%, and to take that from CIP, reducing CIP from 7% to 4%.
Is there a second to that motion? Seeing none, the motion fails. Ms. Tunner?
Yes. So I am part of the Finance Committee, and as you heard, there was a difference of direction, and I will admit I was a 0%. So, and my stance is that today. But before I get into that, I want to thank everybody who spoke. Everyone did an excellent job, very thoughtful, very compelling. And I know this is an issue that people have strong opinions about, whether they're here expressing them or they're emailing us or calling us. And so there really is a diversity of opinion on this topic. I also want to make it clear that even though I don't support using ATAX dollars, that does not mean that I don't support workforce housing. So it's just a matter of how do you get there? And I'm in a different place. And so I think one of the things that we have going for us are some great examples of how we get there, not using ATAX money. And we've got three examples right now, real life examples that are happening. So the first one is North Point, and we've mentioned it. It's public-private partnerships where the town is leasing land to a private developer, and the private developer takes all the risk and all the incentive to build. And then because this is a lease, when the lease is over, the town can take back the land. I support this. I think this is a great example of a public-private partnership. Now, there was money spent to improve the land, and that land was through a grant. And so I challenge ourselves to look for grants to help support workforce housing. Things like the community block grant. You know, this is open right now, trying to figure out how are we going to use it. We've used it for parks in the past. Maybe we should use that money for workforce housing. If applicable and allowed. We have the representative from Beaufort Jasper County Housing Trust here. What monies are available within that trust? I know they're investing in workforce housing in other towns and municipalities. How do we ensure that we also have a partnership with them? So that's number one. Number two is Novant. Here's a great example of private business, the hospital, coming in, seeing a need, and investing in our community. And the town is also involved. We're going to be voting in the future on zoning to help support that housing. And what's even better about it is they're already using land that's been developed that has dilapidated, abandoned medical buildings near the hospital. And so they're going to take land that is just sitting there with empty buildings and make it into beautiful housing. That is another great example of work that's going on. And the last one is Diamond Cove. Diamond Cove sits right in my outside my community, right in the middle of my ward. It was an assisted living, and now they have signed an agreement with the town to convert those assisted living units to workforce rentals using the workforce density bonus. So although we may disagree, and respectfully disagree about how to fund with my peers and the people that are here today, I believe that these other types of opportunities are there for us to take advantage of and to build workforce housing. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you all who spoke. And the person who said that it's about the people, you're right. It is about the people. It's about all the people on the island. And that is a statement that is undeniable. We live in a community where the efforts that you just heard about with private partner, private-public relationships and developments is happening. We live in a community where private individuals have stepped forward and have created workforce housing across the island. And those are in existence and more are coming. And none of that required town money. Town of Hilton Head is a limited service government. We are not in the business of housing. Our own mayor sat at the dais not long ago and said as long as he's mayor, there will be no housing department or authority here on Hilton Head. We rely on the people of Hilton Head, the business owners, and those who are interested in developing on Hilton Head to come forward, take advantage of the incentives that we have in place, and to develop housing that works for the workforce and for all of the community. When you look at the ATAX funding, there's requirements in ATAX, and I wonder how we could possibly ever accommodate those requirements without a housing authority, without a housing department. Who's going to regulate it? Who's going to monitor it? Who's going to determine who lives there and all of the rest? It's one step further into changing our community, and that's not what we're looking to do. But mostly, when I look at ATAX and I look at the funds that are available, these new dollars, whether it's 5%, 8%, 9%, 15%, all of it, as someone else had suggested, have to come from somewhere. And they come from all those categories up there on the screen. It's not new money. It's not money that's falling out of the sky and we can say, oh, look, 5% just dropped out, and so let's just apply that to housing. It's being taken from somewhere. And all of you have sat here this evening for 3+ hours, and you listened to us go through our strategic plan. And you heard about all of the things that we're going to do, all of those bright, shiny objects that I talked about at the end of the book. How do you think they get done? Where do you think that money comes from? Ms. Bryson has already taken 3% from the capital improvement program and put it towards cultural arts because she's worried there's not enough money there. So now how do we accomplish the things we just voted on in the strategic plan? She'd also like to take additional funds from there and apply them elsewhere. And how do the things that you want and need around this island get done? The ATAX funds have been distributed in the past with the monies that we had available. And even at that, the requests were more than what we had available. So now we're suggesting that we add a new category and take more money away so that those who are coming asking for funds will have less money to work with when we distribute the grant funds. So it's not new money. It's not magic money. It's coming from somewhere. And if you want, like the CIP projects that we have in that book, if you like the quality of life, if you want things to be better on Hilton Head, then we can't keep taking from the same well. We don't have the funds in the ATAX money to do this and everything else. And I appreciate the fact that Beaufort Jasper Housing Authority Chair is here today. And I know they're doing good work, and we've gotten a great relationship started with regard to that. And we've put money into that organization to help. So the town of Hilton Head is doing all varieties of different types of housing, but we're not creating new money for new programming. What we're doing is taking away from the things that add to the quality of your life. We're not creating new departments on Hilton Head or any of the like. So I strongly recommend that I'll make an amendment to the motion that's there. And for all of those reasons, and those that have heard from my colleague, that we amend the motion and put a 0 in front of the proposed distribution for the ATAX housing category.
Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
I want to pass along a message from Senator Tom Davis, who we all know does an enormous amount of benefit for the town in a great variety of ways. Friday night, we were both at the opening night party at the Arts Center for the Donna Summer Show. And I mentioned that council was going to take up this issue on Tuesday in terms of allocating funds, and that there were members of council who would be in favor of not using any ATAX funds for housing. Senator Davis asked that I remind everybody that he was the one who introduced the legislation to Act 57, which led to the authorization of use of ATAX money for workforce housing. And he did that at our request. It was the town of Hilton Head Island. It was the town of Hilton Head Island that requested him to do that. And he did, and he was very successful and got it into legislation. So he's a little bit embarrassed and uncomfortable about the possibility that we would not follow that.
Other comments?
I've got a question. Do you have to have a proposed distribution percentage to make application?
You have to have I'm sorry, can you ask
Do you
it one more
have to
time?
have a proposed distribution percentage to make application? You understand the?
For housing?
For housing. The state said you have till December of 3030.
So.
They didn't say you had to have a distribution, correct? Correct?
Correct. So
Okay.
town council, with state ATAX allocations, did not have a sort of regimented or defined distribution policy in the past. This is.
Correct, but we do not have to have a proposed percentage of distribution for housing.
No, sir. And
Correct.
So we're not.
So let me ask you this. So why would we put a percentage of distribution in for housing and not disallow, but what's going to happen is if you put 5 or 8 or 3, or then you're going to get 5%, 600,000 some odd dollars. And what's going to happen is it's going to be no more, no less. And that's what's going to be the distribution that's allocated for workforce housing. But if you put nothing, there's nothing that disallows someone from making application up to the maximum percentage, correct?
That's correct.
So I think we're defeating ourselves by trying to throw a percentage in here. Anyone can make application. And it's just got to be a qualified application. It's got to go through the ATAX committee and it comes to council.
Yeah.
And it's voted up or it's voted down. So why are we handcuffing ourselves or proposing to handcuff ourselves?
Yeah,
It makes no sense to me.
I'll just respond.
Hang on, Mr. Orlando.
Yes, I understand what you're asking, and this is a really good table. Some of it is, as we're preparing the budget, who gets paid first? Where does the dollar distribute first? We know that there are some SC code requirements, right? I'll call it the top side of the screen. The state requires a $25,000 distribution to general fund. It requires 5% to general fund, and it requires, non-negotiable, that 30% goes to marketing, and that's in SC code. What we've found is as the revenues have gone up, right, and again, it's just, I guess I have to use a reference, pre, during, post-COVID, when you saw that revenue almost double, the grant distribution expectation was double, the DMO 30% was double. And so as those dollars come back down, everybody started to rely on those dollars. So what we've tried to put together is a distribution strategy so that when we start working on budget together, that it's not just a money grab, that it's planned and it's specific. And I would say for housing, you're mentioning application, and I think I understand, not to read Sean's mind from all the way over here, but what the housing dollars can be doesn't necessarily mean the next CCDC or Habitat, and you said application. It's just tranche of funds for specific use. It could be for Muddy Creek, public-private partnership. It could be for some infrastructure that's needed in the neighborhood to support. At this point, where do those dollars come from, right? So Muddy Creek goes live simply similar to North Point, or North Point surprises us with access through into the United States Post Office, an access point through to Gumtree Road. Where do those additional dollars come from? I have some tough decisions to make before I make recommendation to you on use of funds. So that's where the housing fund allocation is somewhat aligned with. Not, and I just want to kind of clear that air, John, right? It's not, we're not sitting here proposing that, where is it on here? Housing, $617,000 is yet another application for external distribution. Some of it, if not all of it, could be for internal distribution as agreed by you in the budget. Does that help?
I understand what you're
Okay.
saying, but I still think it puts a target that will be reached, and like I say, it'll be no more, it'll be no less. And for me personally, I would rather not have it there at all. So application could be made for 15%. So that's just the way I feel about it.
Mr. Brown?
Trying to connect some dots here. Looking at my phone, Mr. Mayor, because I was trying to do the math. Our $107 million budget and the $600K that we're talking about here for the last hour. Probably about an hour ago, all 7 of us raised our hand to a strategic plan that includes housing. I'd really recommend to us all that we take Margaret's advice and just think about people. We've already said that solving this housing crisis is not a one-size-fits-all approach. A lot of different things that we have to do to make it happen. Private sector's gonna help. They've stepped up in some cases. Got public-private partnerships on the books that we're working towards. Got some base hits out there too that we haven't explored. Every once in a while, somebody might need a couple $1,000s to hook up some sewer so they can keep it moving. But yet, one more unit on the ground. So, I think it's pretty easy if we just connect the dots. Because if you look back at our $170 million budget, you're going to quickly realize that not a whole lot of it comes from our property taxes. The businesses pay a big portion. This tourism industry pays a big portion. And you have to have the infrastructure below that to make those work. We've celebrated millage decreases. Millage decreases, but we're arguing over $600,000 towards something that is so critical to our sustainability here on Hilton Head. So, Mayor, I am ready to move forward with not just this, but the action items that we just agreed upon about an hour ago in our strategic plan. So defunding the opportunity, I think, is a mistake. Decided years ago to start up a fund so that we could be in this business. We're in the business. We're not a housing authority, but we're in the business of facilitating housing on Hilton Head. That's where we are. If we want to maintain our quality of life on Hilton Head, it is a goal that we have to be serious about. So, Mr. Mayor, I am not in support of the amended motion for zero. I'm going to be steadfast in supporting the 5%.
Okay, thank you. Sean, let me ask you a question. How long has the town been talking about addressing housing?
Well, you can go back at least 2 versions of the comprehensive plan back to the turn of the century.
Okay.
Where housing was talked about as a
So
goal.
the councils over the past 20 years plus have been talking about workforce housing and workers, right? Economic development through employees. You may or may not know this. I'll ask you, were there any earmarks that were given from the State House this year to municipalities
For housing?
or anything?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, and I'm making a point here in that we're seeing that from the federal level down all the way, that there's no money being given for anything. The state is now pushing things down to the county level to address. The county is now pushing back to the municipality level to address. Every time a property is sold on Hilton Head, or anywhere in the state for that fact, there are deed stamps that are collected that go into a fund at the housing authorities up in Columbia. That's utilized for various things. So as you talk about grants, absolutely, that's another avenue for grants. Those are our dollars that are going up and going out, right? That's what we put money into every time we sell a house. We're talking about accommodations tax that is coming from our guests that was passed very highly up in Columbia to be able to utilize up to 15%. I don't agree with 15%. I don't agree with 0%. We've got programs that have been in place to be a partner in the public-private area of housing. Yes, we have it going on with North Point, and there are additional funds that are needed there. I received a letter from the U.S. Postmaster a week and a half ago stating that they're selling a piece of property to the town of Hilton Head. Again, as Mr. Orlando just mentioned, where is that money coming from? Could it be from this? I don't see this as Section 8 housing. I don't see this as low-income housing. I don't see this as the negatives that is being portrayed. I see this as an avenue to address the issues that we face. I went and got my hair cut today. She did a good job, first time in a while. She told me it was her last day. Can't afford to live on Hilton Head. She refuses to drive 2 hours anymore. This is a story that's happening every day. Yeah, we can talk about tourism slowing down, but to what point is it going to slow down? We had the issues of housing, of workforce housing prior to the increase in short-term rentals. prior to COVID, back when there were only 2,000 units. So I'm not going to support 0. I'm not going to support 15. But I think that we would be doing ourselves a disservice if we didn't realize that we have programs in place, and that if we don't give staff the opportunity to have the funds to do what they need to do, then it'll truly fail.
May I jump
Yes,
in
go ahead.
on this conversation? So there's been a lot of emotional discussion up here. And emotions always drive people, good people, like the people of Hilton Head, down a road that's not always logical. And so to throw a little bit of logic back in here, not looking at you specifically, but everyone in general. When we heard that Senator Davis, I think the words were that he was embarrassed or something, and that there's no federal money available out there and we have to rely on ourselves. Let's not forget that Beaufort County is being encouraged to apply for a $200,000+ grant, along with Tom Davis's help from the federal government, so that we can have an 11-lane bridge come onto the island to bring more tourists so that we could feed this beast that we have. Would we be in this position if, as it was mentioned before, if we didn't have the opening of new restaurants by the same organizations who are complaining that they don't have enough workers? It's a little bit of the dog chasing his tail, isn't it? And yet, who's going to solve that problem? Well, in today's world, they want the government to solve that problem. But when we asked the question, and it was a good question, how long have we been talking about workforce housing? I just picked up one of a new book. I was out in Beaufort with my husband, and we were, after lunch, walking around, went into a little gift store, and I found a new book about how Hilton had developed. And I was lucky enough to run into the author while I was there. I've enjoyed reading the book, and I recommend it. And I'll post the name of it, because right now it escapes me because I'm focused on not missing my marks on this. But in that book, they start out with the fact that they moved from York County to Hilton Head after being hired by Charles Frazier. And where did they go? To workforce housing. And who supplied the workforce housing? Those who needed the workers, right? And that was the same with Sea Pines from the beginning, and from other organizations and other companies from the beginning of time. That's where this belongs. It belongs in the private sector, where people are solving the problems for themselves. It does not belong in the town government, a little bit or a lot. I keep hearing about, well, we can slot this in there because there might be needs for this or needs for that or something else. Well, this isn't the place for it. There's money in the budget. When we talk about if we have to buy land, if we have to buy that post office, well, where else do we get money from when we buy property? We certainly are good at it, and more recently better than we have been in the past. And I recommend us for taking those dollars and buying land to put into conservation. But it doesn't have to be slotted into this. To Councilman DeSimone's point, this isn't an appropriate place for any of those needs that we're talking about. Everybody's throwing something out. Well, this says tourism serving housing program. And if you read Act 57, it is for housing. It's not for all of this other stuff. And then part of that requirement is that there's a discussion about home ownership. So how are you going to have home ownership discussions and comply with the rule when you're applying it to the purchase of anything, or if you're applying it to some other willy-nilly idea? And I don't mean to be rude when I say that, but I've heard a lot of stuff being thrown out there at the desperate attempt to save this 5% or make it 15%. The fact of the matter is, housing is important. The private sector is not the place for it to happen. It's the public sector where it should be happening. We encourage it, we support it, we have incentives for it. Did I say it backwards? Well, be that as it may, you know what I meant apparently, because you're all making a comment. So So I don't want to, and I've also, and I'm not going to shy away from this one either. I heard a lot about wages. And I know from the time before I was on council, I had the audacity to stand up during a conversation and say that the employers on the island should be paying more, that they should provide better benefits. They need the employees. We benefit from the luxuries that we get here on Hilton Head. But it's the employers who have a responsibility too. And I don't hear anybody talking about that very much in terms of it really happening. In fact, just the opposite. So no emotional decisions up here. This isn't the right place for ATAX money to be spent. It's coming from somewhere. It's coming from your programming that when we approved, by the way, the strategic plan, we weren't approving each and every one of those items in there. That's a list of things that we're trying to achieve. There's nowhere there where we've stamped the approval on every item and we're looking for funding for it. So that's just inaccurate information. And I'd appreciate in the future if we stay to the facts, stay non-emotional, and be logical. And that's what I wanted to add to the conversation that I sat and listened to in the last 10 minutes.
Mayor, I called a question on the motion to amend.
I second.
All right, the question has been called, and we have a motion by Ms. Becker, seconded by Ms. Tunner. And Curtis, I want to make sure I'm doing this correctly. I do the amended motion first, just to be clear. Pardon?
Yes, you
Thank
vote
you.
on the proposed amendment first.
Yes, the amendment is to go from 5% to 0%. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Opposed? 3 to 4. Opposed. Now, we will go to the motion.
Mayor, I called a question on the main motion.
Thank you. Mr. Alfred made the motion. Mr. Brown seconded to pass with the 5% funding. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Opposed? And it is 4 to 3 approved. So, if we could take a 5-minute break real quick.
That would be great. As long as nobody abuses me.
Linda did it for me.
providing the severability and effective date with direction to the town manager to begin the enforcement of the ordinance under the pending ordinance doctrine.
Second.
Is there anybody that signed up to speak on this agenda item, Kim?
No, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion from council?
Just one thing, Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna be supporting this today, but I do want to challenge staff as we move into our complete LMO overhaul when it comes to our mitigation practices around trees. You know, I still have these very vivid memories of Hurricane Matthew. And a lot of the trees that came down were water oaks and laurel oaks. And they hollow out on the inside. And my grandson was here earlier during the Island Rec proclamation. And I thought about it. If laurel oaks expected lifetime is 50 years, so if me and Prince plant a tree tomorrow, by the time he's my age, it will be hollow and falling down. So I just want us to do better when it comes to our resiliency as far as our trees that we're considering as mitigation on Hilton Head. That's it.
Any other discussion? All right, so we have a,
Me.
oh, go
That's why I
ahead.
raised my hand.
Go ahead.
I don't have any discussion per se on the tree protection. I think it's a good move. I'm excited about it. Came out of committee with full support. But I do want to ask how, as I listened to the motion that was made with regard to pending ordinance, how that now applies to this situation where it didn't apply in October of '23 with regard to the floor area ratio.
Can you answer that, or is that a question for?
I think that'd be for the town attorney, because the October 2023 ordinance, I was not a part of that,
Right.
so.
Well, in this case, the motion instructs the manager to begin enforcement, and that was not the case in 2023. Y'all didn't do that.
Well, and hearing you say that, I appreciate that, but I'm reading your documents as, which supports what the pending ordinance doctrine actually is silent on. That there is no need to say that. There's nothing within the doctrine that requires that. And moreover, in your reports, and I don't want to, your letters to us back in February of '23 and September of '23 and just recently of July of '25, here, when asked again, that's not a stipulation.
Well, my recollection is that the conversation was had at that time, and that was not council's direction.
No, it wasn't had at the dais. No, sir. It was not. It was a vote. It was a vote where, not all of this council, because obviously we have 2 new members, but there was a vote of, I believe it was 6-1, someone can correct me, in favor of the floor area ratio. That was a first vote, and by everything that I've known and read again today from the 3 documents, that's what you, as our town attorney, have told us is the requirement. There is no specific language needed, and so I want to know why it wasn't. I have no problem supporting the tree protection and making sure that, rightfully so, that it's pending as of today. However, why was it not with the floor area ratio? Because of that decision, damage has been done across this island to residents across this island who did not get the benefit of that pending ordinance, as I argued, as you all know, I argued endlessly in favor of. And I want to know why now and not then.
Hey, with all due respect, that's not the item before us.
But we're in discussion, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to have a
Sean, do you have
discussion.
something to add?
I know you don't want to talk about it.
Hang on, Sean.
I was going to suggest, since I don't have the history of that ordinance that had first reading, that perhaps I can work offline with Curtis.
I think it's important for the public to understand that there seems to be changing rules, changing decisions, and that those have been decisions that have changed have been controversial, and they have deteriorated the quality of life for the residential communities on this island day after day, every time a permit was allowed to be approved and built, because that wasn't instituted, the pending ordinance. The same pending ordinance we're talking about today wasn't taken effect on October 10th, 2023. October
And
3rd,
again, Ms.
October
Becker,
3rd.
my recollection is that the very discussion you are having now was had then, and the direction was not to do that.
I to respectfully disagree with you, because it was then at the Planning Commission where our mayor came up to the podium and addressed us all and said that he wanted us to revisit it. He had problems with it. That's not appropriate. That's not right, and it's done damage. And I don't think, we still have it lingering out there. We still have a second vote lingering out there. The proper way to do it, if we wanted to make not to allow that floor area ratio to go through, was to have your conversations behind the scenes, find your 4 votes, bring it for a second vote, and let it fail. But that's not what happened. So for all intents and purposes, based on the law here, we are in a pending ordinance from the date of October 3rd, 2023. And so all of those permits are invalid. You can go on now with your vote, but I want that on the record because that subject's not over.
I will call the vote now. Mr. Brown made a motion. Ms. Bryson seconded it. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 7-0. Moving on, we have the first reading of an ordinance to amend Title 16 Municipal Code of Land Management to amend the current design regulations and requirements for open space and pathways in major subdivisions. Planning Commission reviewed this item on March 19th with unanimous approval, and it was reviewed by the Community Service and Public Safety Committee on April 21st with unanimous approval to Town Council. Mr. Loninger.
Mayor Perry,
I
members-
could.
You can.
Okay. I move to approve the first reading of an ordinance of the Town of Hilton Head Island to amend Title 16 of the Municipal Code, the Land Management Ordinance, to amend the current design regulations and requirements for open space and pathways in major subdivisions to include sections 16-3-104, 16-3-105, 16-4-104, 16-5-103, 16-5-104, 16-5-107, 16-5-115, 16-6-102, 16-10-102, that's twice, oh, sorry. 16-10-105, and appendices A and D for the Town of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, and providing severability and effective date with direction to the town manager to begin the enforcement of the ordinance under the pending ordinance doctrine.
Second.
I'm getting all those numbers right.
Yes. Any discussion from council?
Same comments as before.
Thank you. Kim, has anybody signed up to speak on this agenda item?
Not for this one.
Thank you. Any other discussion from council? Seeing none, we have a motion by Mr. Brown, seconded by Mrs. Bryson. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 7-0. Now we have a first reading of an ordinance to amend Title 16 of the Municipal Code, the Land Management Ordinance, to amend the procedures for development plan reviews and major subdivision plan reviews. Planning Commission reviewed this item on February 19th with unanimous approval, and it was reviewed by the Community Services and Public Safety Committee on April 21st with unanimous approval. Mr. Leininger.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve first reading of an ordinance of the Town of Hilton Head Island to amend Title 16 of the Municipal Code, the Land Management Ordinance, to amend the procedures for development plan reviews and major subdivision plan reviews to include the following sections: 16-2-101, 16-2-102, 16-2103 for the Town of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, and providing severability and an effective date with direction to the town manager to begin the enforcement of the ordinance under the pending ordinance doctrine.
Second.
Any discussion from council?
Same comments as the first.
Kim, has anybody signed up to speak on this agenda item?
We had Richard Busy sign up.
I don't see him. Okay. Mr. Brown?
Yes, just, Ms. Leininger, if you could, just for the record, this amendment speaks to minor subdivisions, going to planning commission. Can you just define minor subdivision for me, please?
So actually, this review would apply to, not for minor subdivisions, for major subdivisions, major development plans, and then minor development plans, which are those minor changes when it's like, for example, someone wants to expand a parking lot and it's adjacent to residential. A minor subdivision exempted from this ordinance, as it currently is, and it remains the same today. A minor subdivision is anything that is less than 5 lots.
Okay, and the relation to residential next to a minor subdivision, are those excluded as well?
If there is a development plan, so it's generally a development plan is not something that's residential, that's gonna be non-residential. If it is adjacent to residential, then yes, it would come to planning commission so that the adjacent residential can understand what the change was. You know, the change is minor, but they can understand what the change was that was happening on the property next to them, the non-residential property that's next to them.
Thank you. Okay, any other comments?
I could point out, while this certainly improves the process in that it gives neighbors an opportunity to know more about a project and to speak about it, it does not give the planning commission any authority to deny the project. I just want to make sure the public understands that it may be something we look at in the future is what are the standards for denial as opposed to only review.
But my understanding is that in that review, those comments by the planning commission are to be taken, I'm going to use the word seriously, but to be taken and implemented in continuing design improvement of the subdivision, not to be put on a shelf and forgotten. Is that correct?
That is correct. To the extent that those comments align with what is aligned, to the extent that those comments align with code and those decision criteria that we have as the administrators of the code, yes, we can take those into consideration. We'll work to implement those recommendations in development plans and subdivisions.
Well, I'm assuming though that if they are aligned with code, that the staff would have already assured that up. So I don't think it's necessarily the code that I'm trying to drive at. I think it's perhaps the layout, the community development as a neighborhood, and those elements that aren't necessarily, though they should be, and I believe they are through purpose intent, but written into code, that those are the parts that that's correct, right? That's the development of this through the years. Mayor, can you?
Oh, yes. May I just give some clarity on that? I can help. I know you want to, but I've been at this for a couple minutes longer. Last year, we completed, as an aside, 12 land management ordinance amendments. This year, we're on pace to complete 7 with the code pretty much written, the full code by the end of the year. Ms. Becker, what you're asking is the most essential question, so I'm glad I can answer that. In addition to the code amendments that are done last year, right? 12 code amendments by a staff, and y'all amended last year. Are we really making a difference in our ability to require certain things that we want to see in a development? Planning Commission will help us, so yeah, you're spot on. Site layout, how your open space functions, your roadway alignment, making sure that staff, right? It's a little bit of a quality control for staff too. We don't always get it right. We don't play perfect every single game. But to make sure that we're looking at it the right way and the way the collective whole. If Planning Commission says, they're allowed 50 lots because it's a 1 lot per acre and they have 50 acres and it's a 50 lot subdivision. If Planning Commission says that's too many, we only want 30. We have a legal issue in the code. So I just want to make sure that's differentiated as you're adopting this. I don't want to set false expectations that just because Planning Commission says it's 3 stories, even though the WMU district allows 75 feet, doesn't mean that we can go back to the applicant who's acquired the property and tell them it's 3 stories. I just want to set that expectation.
Right. So, right. I hear what you're saying, and obviously I agree with that. I'm hoping that there's some real value in the time that it's going to be taking the Planning Commission to do this. I hope that those suggestions, those observations that attempt to create neighborhoods instead of, streets lined with houses, will become more of what we're doing here. I think that's been the whole gist of what we're concerned about as we look around the island and we see these neighborhoods that are not neighborhoods at all. They're streets with houses lined up and down them. And we want something better. We expect something better, especially outside the gates where most of this happens, right? So behind the gates, there's all kinds of quality control. Outside the gates, there's not. We're completely dependent on what this body approves through the LMO, and we ask our committees and staff to do. And we're failing at it, left and right. It's obvious. You hear about it. You heard a comment, people don't want to come to Hilton anymore. A friend of mine who just left under the other last conversation had 8,000 responses to the positive of what I was trying to say, and was so frustrated couldn't get up to speak. We're failing. So I'm hoping that this isn't just more words on paper, but a real ability to create something better outside the gates that already exists inside the gates.
All right, any other comments? We've got a motion by Mr. Brown, second by Ms. Bryson. All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 7-0. Now we have first reading of an ordinance to amend Title 16 of the Municipal Code of Land Management Ordinance to amend Chapter 16-5, Development and Design Standards, to add a new section 16-5-117, Construction Management Standards for the Town of Hilton Head Island. Planning Commission reviewed this item on March 19th with unanimous approval, and it was reviewed by the Community Service and Public Safety Committee on April 21st with unanimous approval. Ms. Flanagan.
I move to approve on first reading of an ordinance of the Town of Hilton Head Island to amend Title 16 of the Municipal Code, the Land Management Ordinance to amend Chapter 16-5, Development and Design Standards, to add a new section 16-5-117, Construction Management Standards for the Town of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, and providing severability and an effective date with direction to the town manager to begin the enforcement of the ordinance under the pending ordinance doctrine.
Second.
Has anybody signed up to speak on this agenda item? No? Thank you. Discussion from council?
Same comment as my first.
Any other comments? We have a motion by Mr. Brown, second by Ms. Bryson. All those in favor, raise your right hand. So moved, 7-0. Let's see, now we have consideration of a resolution to the Town Council of Hilton Head to oppose the inclusion of South Carolina in the proposed Bureau of Ocean Energy Management 11th National Outer Continental Shelf Oil and Gas Leasing Program. Ms. Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Town Council, Mr. Town Manager. It's my pleasure to be in front of you today to bring to your attention some activity at the federal level that would have bearing on our coastline. If, with your permission and indulgence, I'll go through a brief history, bring you to where we are now, and then present to you a resolution that, if you choose to pass, would publicly put forward your position on this, on offshore drilling off of our coast. So what is the Outer Continental Shelf? This is all of the area surrounding the United States in the Atlantic, the Gulf, and the Pacific Ocean. And to date, most of the leases for oil and gas development have been in the Gulf or off the shore of Alaska. South Carolina has not been included in any, though we have been part of the discussion twice before now. So in the last 10-ish years, between 2014 and 2024, we were up and considered in 2015 and again in 2018. In both cases, there was strong bipartisan opposition to the inclusion of South Carolina in these oil and gas leases, citing tourism, the environment, as well as military operations competing for use of coastline. Previously, the town took action twice. In 2015, Mayor Bennett issued a letter to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management requesting that South Carolina be removed from consideration during the 2017 to 2022 oil lease program. In 2018, Town Council as a whole passed a resolution to allow the town to be included in legal action at the federal level, challenging the permitting of federal testing and drilling off the coast of South Carolina. Currently, this has come back into the forefront. President Trump and his administration have indicated to the Department of Interior that they would like to pursue energy leases off of all of the coast of the United States, including South Carolina. Action that's been taken so far, the Department of the Interior, Secretary Burgum has instructed OM to go ahead and issue a request for information and public comment. That was issued on April 18th. That first opportunity for public comment closed on June 16th. In the grand scheme of things, we're very early in this process. So we are here with that first 45-day comment period. We will have more opportunities in the future should we wish to make other statements. But at this point, we can still go forward with a statement of a position for the town council. So what could the program allow? It could allow leases off the coast of South Carolina for oil exploration, oil and gas exploration and production. Again, this is where we are situated. The South Atlantic and Mid-Atlantic areas of planning would impact our coastline. Action that's been taken so far, Governor McMaster's of South Carolina and Governor Stein of North Carolina have issued a joint request to BOEM that both North Carolina and South Carolina be excluded from this leasing program. Governor McMaster also sent a letter to the Secretary of Interior requesting the same thing. Representative Mace did as well, and Charleston County has passed a resolution opposing oil and gas leases off of our coast. In your packet, you have the copy of the letters that Governor McMaster has issued, as well as a resolution being presented to you for your consideration tonight to make a public policy statement if that is your choice.
Do we have a motion on the table?
Mayor, I move adoption of a resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, expressing its opposition to any effort by the federal government of the United States of America to open coastal and offshore waters along the coast of the southeast United States to oil and gas exploration and offshore drilling for oil and gas.
Do we have anybody signed up to speak on this agenda item? No? Any other discussion from council? Ms. Donner?
In preparation for this, I went out and looked for information, and there's a wonderful piece by Senator Tom Davis. He had testified against the offshore drilling previously in Washington, D.C., and it lays out all the risks. I mean, I know we think about the spillage, but there's other risks out here in regards to seismic testing, the economy, the infrastructure needed on land, et cetera. And if you have any more questions, I would suggest that you go out and take a look at it.
Other comments?
A couple quick things. I would ask Ms. Hunter if she could share that with us. I think that'd be very helpful. And the other thing is, you showed a chart with other comment periods. I know we're past the June 15th period. I'm sorry, we're past that. But I want to make sure that we hit those marks other times, because I think I saw the next step is a draft proposed program, and it's possible that we need some additional language about that draft proposed program, and we ought to comment then. So 60 days, is that 60 days already run? That was only 15 after?
No, ma'am. We will have the opportunity going forward to comment again. We will monitor this legislation and the proposed program as it goes forward, and should additional action be necessary, bring that before you. It historically has taken months, 6-8 months, to get from where we are right now to the draft proposed program being published, and then having 60 days from there to make comment. So we'll continue to monitor this, bring it to the town manager's attention should there be the need for any additional comment. It's our hope that, and this has happened previously, that that draft proposed program will be impacted by the statements that have already been made, and perhaps South Carolina or the South Carolina and North Carolina would both be removed from that.
I just want to be mindful of that, because things can change along the way. And if we miss one of those important deadlines, we may have additional arguments that would make a great impression, so I don't want to miss that opportunity.
And just so you know, this came to me and, it came in late, and I talked with other municipalities up and down the coast, and they were also delayed and doing the same thing, so, but they're all signing it. Everybody is part of the,
Right.
Beach Advocacy Board.
It
Any
was
other?
a pretty quick turnaround.
Yeah. Any other discussions? All right, so we've got a motion by Ms. Bryson, second by Ms. Becker. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. So moved 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Public comment, Kim.
Yes, we have 4. Dave Ferguson. D. Anthony.
Yes.
But it's supposed to be a non-agenda item. For the record, my name is Dee Anthony from Jonesville Road. I'm a lifetime island resident, and I'm one of those little cheerleaders, Gator cheerleaders, when I was a little girl. So I remember all that very, very well. This has to do with, back in January of 2023, our community did ask for a moratorium on new subdivisions, a 6-month moratorium. This was to give staff relief so that they could have time, so things wouldn't be so rushed, so they could step back. In January 13th, the Public Planning Committee stated they heard us. They made promises to the community for solutions for the large, high-density subdivisions being built in our working residential areas. Therefore, instead of a moratorium, they promised to work hard and quickly for solutions, working through our LMO. Fast forward, October 2023, Alan, Mr. Mayor, our mayor, you stopped any further conversations and changes to the LMO that would have helped our communities. You said we needed to slow down. So in summation, we were told we'll work exponentially to protect the neighborhoods, and then turn right back around and you said, nope, gotta stop. You stood right up in front of the Public Planning Committee and said, stop. Do we have an inventory of what has been built since this time, and what has been built allows short-term rentals? Most of what has been built since 2023 has been on the north end of the island, our most residential area of the island, where the ignored residential workforce live. The residents yet again are being placated, and due to no fault of their own, staff are running around in circles trying to plan and replan. The residential family neighborhoods are not winning. We're losing. We have the right to quiet enjoyment of our house. When you talk about property rights, residents, we have rights to our neighborhoods. Safety for the children, safety for the parents, safety for people walking down the side of the road with no bike path. We are not sea pines. We are not palmetto dunes. We are not set up to handle being a big vacation spot. I do not see Spanish Wells Road as a hot spot. I hear what they say about North Forest Beach, South Forest Beach, Sea Pines, Palmetto Dunes. We didn't sign up to live like that. This is where our schools are, our daycares, elementary school, kindergarten. We don't want to be exploited, and y'all are doing nothing. What you did left us very, very vulnerable, and you left zero backup plan.
Thank you, Dee.
I know you don't want to hear it.
Next.
Linda Harrington.
Linda Harrington, Indigo Run. This is something that I thought I should bring before all of you. I called the town of Hilton Head Island, and I asked simply, I'm looking for information for how many developments of more than 5 units have been built in the past 5 years. Every building department, but I find you don't have one, has this information right offhand. My answer was, well, I can't help you, but I'm going to give you an email address, CDIC. You address your email to them, and they'll give you the information. And this is their response. If you input an address in the search bar, it will populate all records for that address. Do you all expect me to put in every single house number, every single street, every single development, and then according to them, click on the blue link that's clickable? What are we paying people for? Our workforce on Hilton Head Island has grown exponentially. Our budget is huge. All this for a simple statistic any well-run municipality should have. How can you plan without those numbers? This is what puzzles me. If you all don't know how many developments you've built, how the heck are you planning? That's my comment.
Thank you.
Robin McGeorge. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Orlando, do we have a need to go in executive session?
Sir? As shown on executive session, item 11A, B, C, D, and E.
All right, motion to go in executive session?
Second.
Second, Alfred Bryson. All those in favor signify by raising your right hand. We're in executive session. Come out of executive session.
So moved.
All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Mr. Brown, do we have any action coming from executive session?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I move that the town council authorize the mayor and town manager to execute and deliver a contract by and between the town of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, and Memory Matters, a South Carolina not-for-profit corporation, for the purchase and sale of 0.78 acres, more or less, of the improved real property located at 117 William Hilton Parkway, and to take such other and further actions as may be necessary to complete the transaction described in the agreement.
Second.
Second. Ms. Bryson. Anybody sign up, anybody, any public comment on this? Sorry. All those in favor of, the motion made by Mr. Brown, second by Ms. Bryson, please raise your 7-0. Anything else, Mr. Brown?
I move that the town council authorize the mayor to execute and deliver a contract by and between the town of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, and Curtis L. Coltrane for services as the town attorney.
First and second, Mr. Alford, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, it's 7-0. I want to thank everybody for their time tonight. It's been one heck of a ride today. We are adjourned.